pure toffe
Oh.
after I speak.
Kasi ano na ito naman?
Yes. Hello. Yeah, it's fine. Just let her say I'm one of the speakers and ask for me. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you so much for being with us today. Kindly please stand for the UAE National Anthem.
We're talking about better water, better light, better air, designed to make people have a better wellness status.
We're spending 90% of our time indoors.
Delos Living is committed to creating a well building standard.
The advanced processes and technologies being pioneered by the Well Building Standard.
The Well Health Safety Seal means that we'll feel better going into restaurants,
theaters, stores, hotels,
stadiums, all the places that we love.
This is the Well Health Safety Seal from the International Well Building Institute.
Welcome to the Future of Health, Wellness and Innovation Forum, presented at the Museum of the Future. The Dubai Land Department and Delos have formed a strategic partnership to ensure the health and well-being for all those who spend time in buildings throughout Dubai. Today, we're pleased to officially launch the Real Estate Falcon, which will identify and validate all the buildings in Dubai that meet global health standards and protocols of Delos' wholly owned subsidiary, the International Well Building Institute. These innovative solutions will ensure a better quality of life for residents of Dubai. The Well Health Safety Rating is a visible indication that illustrates that a building's health and safety efforts are backed by science and validated through research. Why does this rating benefit real estate owners and investors in Dubai? The rating enhances and empowers Dubai's position as the world's premier real estate destination and as a byword for innovation, trust, and happiness, which is at the heart of Dubai Land Department's vision and a top priority. Achieving the Well Health Safety Rating means buildings in Dubai are meeting globally recognized benchmarks, thus enhancing investor confidence in buildings of Dubai. The Real Estate Falcon team will validate which buildings adopt and achieve the rating and are subsequently recognized on this new platform. Given the global push to digital infrastructure, The Real Estate Falcon platform from Dubai Land Department further cements its commitment to incorporating technology into all real estate within Dubai. And the validation of achieving the rating will be both physical and now digital. By adopting this rating in the buildings and communities within Dubai, we will live healthier, happier, and more productive lives, given our buildings are actively working to contribute to our well-being. Welcome to the future of building in Dubai. And welcome to Dubai.
We had a special guest today. Thank you so much again for everyone for being here. We appreciate everyone's time today. I will be saying a few words in Arabic, followed by the official opening by His Excellency Sultan Buti bin Mijrin, and then the event will follow in English. سعادة سلطان بطي بن مجرن مدير عام دائرة الأراضي والأملاك في دبي، أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم. يطيب لي أن أرحب بكم اليوم عبر فعاليات منتدى مستقبل الصحة والسلامة والابتكار في المباني والمجتمعات، الذي تنظمه دائرة الأراضي والأملاك في دبي بالشراكة والتعاون مع شركة ديلوس العالمية الرائدة في مجال الصحة وتعزيز الرفاهية في أماكن العيش والعمل. يأتي هذا المنتدى الهام في الوقت الذي تولي فيه دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أهمية قصوى لقضايا الصحة والسلامة والرفاهية كأسلوب حياة تنعكس آثاره الإيجابية على جودة حياة الإنسان مباشرة. وقد وضعت الدولة بفضل توجيهات قيادتها الحكيمة العديد من المبادرات والاستراتيجيات الرامية إلى تحقيق هذه الأهداف. في هذا اليوم سنشهد معا وسويا فعاليات متعددة ومتنوعة بحضور مشاركة نخبة من المتحدثين وقادة الفكر من القطاعين العام والخاص، يشاركون آراءهم وحلولهم وأفكارهم المستقبلية عبر العديد من الجلسات والمحاور التي تنسجم مع حركة البناء الصحي العالمي وتبني أفضل الممارسات والمعايير في هذا الشأن. الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي أن أرحب بسعادة سلطان بطي بن مجرن مدير عام دائرة الأراضي والأملاك في دبي لنستهل هذا المنتدى بكلمة يلقيها سعادته، فليتفضل مشكور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة والسادة والسيدات، أخواني الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لطالما كانت قضايا الصحة والسلامة ركيزة أساسية من ركائز استراتيجية دولة الإمارات عموما وإمارة دبي على وجه الخصوص في طريقها نحو تعزيز الابتكار والاستدامة في النمو والحفاظ على المنهج التطويري الذي تسلكه القيادة الرشيدة وعلى رأسها صاحب السمو سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله. إن خطة دبي الحضرية 2040 ترسم خريطة مستقبلية متكاملة للتنمية العمرانية المستدامة، يكون محورها الرئيسي الإنسان والارتقاء بجودة الحياة. ومن هذا المنطلق لقد غدت معايير الصحة والسلام والابتكار اليوم حجر الزاوية في تحقيق رؤية إمارة دبي الرامية لتكون المدينة الأفضل على مستوى العالم للعيش والعمل على حد سواء. نرحب بكم مرة أخرى متمنين لكم قضاء وقتا سعيدا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سعادة سلطان بطي بن مجرن على كلمته. We would like to thank everyone for being here with us today and apologize for everyone that we were not able to accommodate due to the limited number of seats. We have decided to have a live streaming link that is working right now, given the number of registrations and people which have reached out and wanted to attend this event. We promise we will do our best to accommodate everyone during our next Future of Health, Wellness and Innovation Forum, 12/12/2023. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Dubai Land Department, and especially to His Excellency Sultan Buti bin Mijran, Mr. Marwan bin Ghleta, Mr. Mohammed bin Hamad, Mr. Ammar al-Hammadi, Mr. Ahmed al-Hamdani, Manal, Haroon, Rima Rais, and the entire ARIS team, all the volunteers from the Dubai Land Department that have made this a success. And of course, I would like to thank our founder and CEO, Mr. Paul Shala, and a few members of Delos' partners and executive team, including Mr. Renato Termali, Mr. Murad Farid, Mr. John Finton, and Mr. Jared Sloat, who came all the way from the United States to be here with us today in person. It's also one of my colleagues' birthday, John Finton, so I would like to wish him a happy birthday, and he wanted to have it with us here today during this forum. In addition, we would like to commend and congratulate all the organizations across the UAE that have committed to doing the right thing for their people by aligning with the global Well Healthy Building movement and ensuring that their buildings are healthy and safe. In today's forum, we will be discussing several important topics relating to the future of buildings in the UAE and globally, and how health and well-being are directly tied to the buildings and communities we spend the majority of our time in, and how healthier and smarter buildings have a direct impact on environmental and sustainability goals. We have a lineup of some incredible speakers, panelists, and moderators, and we're extremely excited to hear all about their experiences. If you would like to post as our speakers are on the stage, please don't forget to use the Future of Buildings UAE hashtag. Please allow me to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Paul Shala, founder and CEO of Delos and founder of the International Wellbeing Institute. Mr. Paul spent 18 years on Wall Street, including 10 at Goldman Sachs as a partner. His interest in sustainability and altruistic capitalism led him to found Delos. He has become a leading voice in the wellness and sustainability movement globally. But before we call Mr. Paul, and this is not planned, and I promise everyone, I would like to just share a story that Mr. Paul I had with Mr. Paul about 6 years ago when I met with him first in California. He was telling me about how much he loves Dubai and how much he loves this region and the food and the people and the culture. And he said, one of the things that I love about Dubai is that every time I come, people naturally know my last name. Because every time I have a conversation with anyone, they always say, Inshallah, 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 which, as we all know, means God willing. And Mr. Paul's name is Paul Shala. I thought that was a story that I wanted to share with everyone. But Mr. Paul, I know how busy you are, and I would like to personally thank you for flying all the way from Los Angeles to New York to be here with us today. So without further ado, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Paul Shala.
Well, it is wonderful to be back here in Dubai, and I very much look forward to sharing our journey and to how we've gotten here today. First off, I want to thank the leadership of the Dubai Land Department and RERA. Your incredible leadership has brought us to an incredible place, setting an example for the globe. In fact, as we go through this journey, I think you'll see some dots connect over time. I'm going to take you back well over 10 years ago. One particular year, I took 13 trips here to Dubai. And in some great early conversations with Marwan and others, we had a little idea, an inkling of an idea, that while we all recognize our buildings need to be good for the planet, the environmental and green building and sustainability movement, our thought was perhaps half the story was missing. Green building, focusing on energy usage and on the impact on planet Earth, of course, is the pillar of sustainability. But our question was, what about all the people we put inside our buildings? We spend over 90% of our lives indoors. And in fact, in the UAE, I think that number is 97% of your life spent inside. Take your age, multiply that times 0.97, and that's how much of your life you are spending inside of a box called 4 walls and a roof. That is not a natural condition. In fact, that goes against tens of or hundreds of thousands of years of our biological evolution primarily spent outside. Our question was, can we merge the largest asset class in the world, real estate, with the world's fastest growing and arguably most important industry, health, wellness, prevention, nowadays health safety? Well, we've been busy since that time, and that journey started with 5 years of rigorous research, pulling in the world-renowned Mayo Clinic and Cleveland Clinic, and getting, in fact, over 300 doctors of different disciplines from around the world to work with real estate professionals of all types: owners, operators, developers, architects, engineers, facilities managers, HR professionals, identifying everything indoors that matters to our health outcomes, both how we build our structural elements and also how we operate. And what's led from this blueprint are phenomenal programs like the health safety rating, which we're going to get into. But that work started with a holistic approach to the indoor environment. What matters? Well, air quality, water quality, lighting elements, thermal elements, acoustics, biophilic programming, surface and cleaning protocols, even HR policies and operational guidelines. All of these inputs map directly to our respiratory, cardiovascular, immune, cognitive, digestive, and sleep health outcomes. And this, in fact, research, which we put over $100 million of our capital towards over a 5-year period, led to the introduction of our International Well Building Institute and the Well Building Standard. This started in 2015, 2016. Proud to say, if you fast forward to today, the Well Building Standard and the International Well Building Institute are the world's largest and leading certification platforms for healthy and safe buildings. Our programs are in 130 countries. We have today over 4 billion square feet, 400 million square meters around the world achieving certifications and ratings. Companies including 25% of the Fortune 500, developers, small and large, all types of buildings, restaurants, stores, hotels, office malls, shopping malls, office buildings, shopping malls, stadiums, airports. Anything that's got a front door, actually, can adhere to the principles of the Well Building Standard. And through the pandemic, what emerged was our focus to start with the basics. If you think of overall health and well-being, what are we really talking about? We're talking about how we live our lives, how long we live our lives, longevity, quality of longevity, but it starts with health and safety. And thus, the key pillar to begin that journey of the well-building movement has become the Well Health Safety Rating. As I landed here last night, we just started to look up some numbers, and I do recall in my first few visits to Dubai a long time ago, the population was 1.5 million people. And they said they expected that to grow to 3 and 5 million people. I mean, just phenomenal vision. And the leadership here captivated me. The ability to dream in a place like this captivated me. And coming back this morning or last night, this is now a 3.5 million person place from 1.5 million and growing, stronger than ever, more innovative than ever. And I'm so proud to announce this morning that through, again, the Dubai Land Department and RERA's leadership and commitment, as far as the Well Health Safety Rating, Dubai now has become #1 in the world. The more Well Health Safety rated buildings per capita in this place, by far, by the way, than anywhere else on the planet. And with all these professionals in the room, all these leaders in the room, it's interesting to think we can look at this as the beginning, setting an example to show everyone in the world that any building, large or small, new or old, can start to adhere to better health and wellness standards and be third-party validated to do so. And a community of professionals coming together to celebrate this means what? We're celebrating ourselves. We're celebrating the way we occupy our spaces in our everyday lives. It's interesting because as we have dealt with amazing medical folks, I mean, the top doctors in the world, they continue to come to us and say, you know, we haven't realized this, but perhaps real estate developers, real estate operators, real estate regulators could possibly have more of an impact on societal health outcomes than doctors. Because what surrounds us matters. If you think about our health outcomes, 5% of what may happen to any one of us in this room is genetic. We can't change that, at least not yet. Another 20 to 25% of our health outcomes are determined by our lifestyle and our access to care. What we eat, what we drink, how much we exercise, what have you. But here is what is staggering. The rest, up to 75% of the determinants of chronic health outcomes are our surrounding environmental and social conditions, where we place ourselves, which in today's day and age is inside. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the lighting we're exposed to, the health and safety protocols that we hope protect us, all of these are determinants of societal health. And thus, taking the world's largest asset class, real estate, and combining it with the world's fastest growing industry, health, wellness, prevention, putting those two things together, we argue, represents perhaps one of the most profound economic and societal opportunities of our time. And the blueprint to do this has become a consensus-driven approach. Years of research and years of ongoing research to continue to advance the understanding of our built environment and its impact on the human condition. And this gets very practical. Air quality leads to respiratory outcomes and cardiovascular outcomes. Water quality leads to digestive outcomes. Lighting, the type of lighting we take in through our circadian optic nerve determines all of our hormones for energy and sleep and our circadian rhythms. And this is a little preview as to what's next. What you all have become familiar with is the starting point, the blueprint, the Well Health Safety Rating. Now incredibly digitized to demonstrate buildings that have earned that accreditation. That's the beginning of the journey. Moving on and advancing to higher levels of certification that encompass an even more profound understanding of all these things we can do. And it's interesting, having spent 18 years on Wall Street prior to all this, I was fortunate enough to be a partner at Goldman Sachs. And I recall early on thinking, well, I mean, I have a perfectly fine thing here with a career, but I can't get this idea out of my head. And I do feel it's my calling to leave, to bring this to the world. And of course, there made a lot of sense with regards to, well, this is good for people. Using our real estate as a healthcare intervention tool to constantly and passively deliver prevention to people every day. You walk into a well-certified or a well-rated building, and your health improves. You walk into a well-certified platinum building with 100 features verified, your energy levels, your sleeping patterns, your respiratory outcomes. This is clearly something with tremendous societal benefit. But from a Wall Street lens, I also wondered, can this make sense economically as well? Is there a financial gain here? And it's so interesting because when you intuitively think, what would it mean if we took $300 trillion of real estate and infused it with what amounts to be trillions of dollars a year of spend every year in a brand new sector called health and wellness? Health and well-being are being infused into every consumer product category we touch nowadays. Organic food versus regular food, the wellness premium or version. Our question was, why not real estate? Why not our largest consumption? Where is the wellness offering for real estate? The homes we buy, the offices we occupy, the hotels rooms we stay in. And here's what we've now found. Years of data. Not only does this make sense, not only is this good for people, not only does this differentiate best in class versus not, but guess what? It makes money. There are premiums to well-certified buildings versus not. In fact, JLL and MIT independently conclude through their research that commercial office leasing rates get 7% premiums on well-certified and rated buildings versus not. In hotels, we've seen 6 years of data now. Wellness-infused hotel rooms, for instance, our Stay Well program with the likes of MGM, Marriott, Wyndham, Four Seasons. Wellness-infused hotel rooms generate 20 to 25% room rate premiums versus identical rooms in the same hotel that don't have the health and wellness amenities. Why? Well, it becomes personal. Someone staying in a hotel room, they'll sleep better. They'll breathe easier. They'll cure their jet lag or eliminate their jet lag. These are things people look for. So this wellness real estate proposition has become a paradigm to have made tremendous sense from a societal standpoint and an economic standpoint. And again, this is just beginning. This journey requires leadership. Our solutions platform has now gotten into very specific, best-in-class understanding of products for air filtration, water filtration, circadian lighting. Our standards and development team continues to innovate and create more levels of the well-building standard. And it's just so wonderful to come back to a place like this, where these nascent ideas started, and again, through the great leadership, see that not only can this work, this can scale. And this can become the new normal, where hopefully we'll all look back one day, and it's not called wellness real estate anymore, it's just our real estate. And we think back, remember a time when we didn't consider the health and well-being of the occupants that we built all this real estate for? Remember when the term sustainability only meant environmental sustainability and not also human or biological sustainability? And so it's an exciting time. Our incredible team and their tireless efforts, and particularly, Tika, your efforts to convene this. Big round of applause to you, by the way. We've got an incredible day with great thought leadership. It is my great honor to be here and to continue to advance this thought with such wonderful leaders. And I hope everyone has an excellent day. We'll be around all day for any and all conversations. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul, for an incredible speech. Appreciate really everything that you personally do for this world, and proud to be a part of this movement that is today in 128 countries. The Dubai Land Department and Delos have collaborated to advance the healthy building movement in buildings and communities. DLD and Delos are harnessing the power of healthier and more sustainable buildings through the integration of global standards, science-backed policies and technology to ensure people in the UAE and beyond are living healthier, safer, and happier lives. I would like to ask His Excellency Sultan bin Buti bin Mijran and Mr. Paul Shala to join us on the stage to sign the MOU. Thank you. Thank you, and great leadership by the Dubai Land Department, and exciting to be collaborating with Dubai Land Department and RERA to really advance the healthy building movement. The Prime Minister's office was one of the first adopters of WELL in the UAE. We will be recognizing their team for achieving WELL at the platinum level, and everyone that is sitting here with us in the audience knows how incredible this achievement is. And we will recognize them for continuing to push the envelope as it relates to WELL and the healthy building movement. I would like to ask Mr. Faisal Al-Mahiri, Mr. Rashid Al-Falasi, and Mr. Badr to come up on the stage and receive this recognition from Mr. Paul Shala. Thank you. And congratulations. Our next speaker is Dr. Mansour Al-Awar, Chancellor of Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University and Chairman of the Governing Board of the UNESCO Institute, IITE. Dr. Mansour is a leading voice in education, and I am personally excited to hear all about the great initiatives that HBMSU is working on. They are a leader in the education sector, and thank you so much, Dr. Mansour, for everything that you do as it relates to the education sector. So without further ado, please, Dr. Mansour, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أحول الزر إلى اللغة الإنجليزية، حيث طلب مني أن تكون المحاضرة أو الكلمة هذه باللغة الإنجليزية. When I saw the schedule for today, and it was almost full from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m., and except for half an hour lunch. And it reminded me actually when I was invited to a workshop. It was a paid workshop in one of the Emirates outside Dubai. And they gave me 1 hour workshop paid, and I had to go there, and my workshop time was 2 p.m. in the graveyard slot, where people usually, they are almost after lunch, they're a little bit sleepy. So it was kind of a 30 people in the round, like a theater style, the same as this one. And the door, the entrance was from the back, not from the side. So I waited. 1:45, I plugged in my computer and everything is ready for going to go on live. 1:55, nobody showed up. 2:55, nobody showed up. 2:01, a guy came in at the back of the hall with a briefcase. And he sat down there and I begged him to come forward because there is no one there. And as he hit the seat, I started to talk. And the poor guy did not understand and recognize that he is alone in the room until he tried to give me a big round of applause after I finished my presentation. And he was just looking around and nobody around him, just but him. And then I said, any questions? He said, no, everything is clear. So I packed up and I just intended to go away. On my way out, he said, Dr. Mansour, would you be able to wait for me for an hour? I thought that he might need a ride to Dubai. This was my initial thought. I said, by all means, sir, but may I know why? He said, clearly, I'm the next speaker after you. So I hope in this wonderful audience, this will not be the case anyhow. Let me start by where Paul has left us with about Dubai. Dubai has a leadership. UAE has a leadership. What correctly Mr. Paul has explicitly mentioned that it's a leadership with a vision. And actually, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, he had the compass for creating the quality. The word quality was not recognized in the Arab world overall, except when His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid brought it to this part of the world, starting in 1994. And this is his say, quality of life. I put it into well-being is a priority in our daily work. So the quality is moving. And what he said, جودة الحياة أولوية في عملنا اليومي وهي في صلب أولويات الحكومة. نريد لمجتمعنا أن يكون الأكثر تلاحم والصحة والأكثر سعادة. No wonder, Paul, that when you had a signature with His Excellency Sultan, that means this is a daily agenda of Dubai government on a daily basis, of a well-being, of having the quality of life. Now, where do we come in as Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University? Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, this is our vision. And you see, in our vision, in our mission, you will see 3 words. You will see re-engineering, innovation. You see disruption and transformation. And why is that? Because when this university being established, and established on a very innovative approach, these are our core values, these are our terms of reference for people. By the way, when this particular project being launched, even the Ministry of Higher Education in United Arab Emirates did not have a clue how they will be able to license such a higher education institution. It was a great challenge. And His Highness' direction was, to go through the system. And today, the UAE stands for online education to be number one in the Arab world. And by having standards for that, not just only media clipping. And these are our values, by the way. This value, since our first inception in 2002, for the last 20 years, we haven't gone astray an inch from those values. These are the terms of reference for anyone joins HBMSU, Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University. We are learner-centric, we are game changer. We brought the words game changer into the academia. People do not used to have such an approach of business and jargon into academia. We are together, we grow. We believe in public, private, and academia partnership, passion for results. I am, by the way, by profession, I'm an applied mathematician, so I do believe in numbers and results. And the last is, again, the word innovation comes up. Now, what this university stands for, our core competitive advantage, ladies and gentlemen, is by far, that is where we align with Delos today. When they talk about well-being, they talk about health, they talk about quality. That is where our core competitive advantage is. Our core competitive advantage is quality and excellence. We are the house of quality and excellence. By the way, when we started this project 20 years ago, some of my colleagues in academia told me, Dr. Mansour, you are narrowing down, for God's sake. What did the quality and excellence would do? You don't have a school of engineering, a school of medical school. You don't have other schools. Why are you concentrating on this narrow thing? I said, no. You're getting it all wrong. The quality and excellence is in different walks of life. It's not just matter of business, school of business, because you have quality and excellence required in general education and higher education, in healthcare, in the small medium enterprises, in telecommunication services, in tourism industry, in oil and gas, in banking sector, in service sector, whatever just you need. Today, Paul and His Excellency Sultan has launched, even in the real estate, that people would sometimes had a doubt before that it might be a course for the quality there. The second competitive advantage, we are the first movers in this region, not on technology though, but also in pedagogy, because education is always about pedagogical approach. That is where some of the universities were leading on a high rise in early 90s in the United States, and then it came considerably regressing into the fall because the pedagogical approach. We academicians are so stubborn, so snobbish, because we think that the pedagogy is always making the difference at all times. So we have those two competitive advantages. Now, for the quality, talking about quality, we are the first university worldwide to have 13 awards going after the name of giants, of gurus of the quality management. Right from the top left, you have Dr. Val Fingenbaum. He was the father of quality control. He was his book on total quality control in Japan, published in 1963, was the Bible for the Japanese economy. And the rest, of course, from the rest of the world. And that handsome gentleman, Paul, is me. In 2005, this is Joseph Juran. Juran is a well-known name in quality management. He was approached to have a Juran Prize in Japan. He declined because he said we shouldn't, as scholars, we should go into competition because you have already Deming Prize. So why we have to go for Juran? We contacted him in February 2004 that we would like to have a Juran chair, research chair at Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University. He responded back on November 2004 by accepting this, but with one condition. He has to see us in his retirement house in New York. So we went there in February 2005 to meet him, and that was the beginning of the quality. And now, when we talk about HBMSU, what the connection with the quality is one of the DNA, like I said. We are providing quality education. Ladies and gentlemen, quality, sometimes it becomes kind of a commercial product that people would have only certificate. But quality is always to be learned before it gets practiced. That is extremely important. That is why we are the university #1 worldwide. It's not my statement. It's the statement of the gurus of the quality. We have a structured education in terms of the quality management, right from the bachelor, master's, and PhD. That is where the research-driven programs are considered. Now, not only this one, but also quality of life, where today Delos, and Paul has already alluded to, I don't want to get into much of the detail that he mentioned. Quality education, we're talking about in all walks of life. It's not just only quality in the management side of the business. So, in the quality of life, of course, we're talking about wellness and well-being. So, where do we stand again throughout this and the Delos today? We are the first university, academic institution, to be well certified in United Arab Emirates, and for 2 consecutive years. By the way, you all remember when the COVID hit the world, we were not an exception. All Ministry of Education around the world did have the learners to go back to their houses, except for the examination. When we tried to pull the people in for the exam in 2021, lots of people been rejected by the Ministry of Education because of their facility. Except when we announced it, they called us, and once they understood, and by evidence that we have the WELL certification, they allowed the learners to come into the building. Because this needs really kind of a quality in all aspects of life. So I don't want to repeat the name, but the new course also is going to be introduced. Quality of life is the same as quality education. Quality of life and well-being must be learned before it gets practiced. That is why, cooperating with Delos, we are developing a content for all learners across the Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, a course, a general education course in terms of the well-being. So, ladies and gentlemen, by this I will conclude with this nice picture, and I hope that I did not exceed my time, Tifa, and I hope everybody will enjoy the day, and thank you very much, Paul, and the rest of the colleagues to allow me to address you today. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mansour, thank you so much for an incredible speech. As you know, and I've told you, I said this before, I'm one of your #1 fans. I follow all your LinkedIn posts, and I encourage everyone to follow Dr. Mansour, an incredible speaker. So we thank you. Now, as Dr. Mansour has just announced, there is a new course that is being developed between Delos and Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, and I would like to ask Mr. Paul again and Dr. Mansour to please come up on the stage and sign the MOU. Thank you. as we're doing the setup, I understand that certain people have complained about the AC. They're working on it right now, so we apologize for any inconvenience. The team is working on this right now. Okay. Thank you. So for our first panel of the day is about the future of health and well-being in buildings and communities. We have a lineup of some great speakers, and I would like to call His Excellency Marwan bin Ghalita to please come on stage. Mr. Paul Shala, founder CEO of DALES, founder of the International Well-Being Institute. Mr. Rob Devereux, CEO of Brookfield Properties Middle East. Mr. Anas Qasim, Managing Director, Stantec. And the moderator is Engie, the CEO, Engie Jabber, CEO of Climatize. Okay, now it looks great for the photos. Perfect.
Please don't get me confused in the audience. All right, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Everybody, good morning, and thank you for joining us on this exciting panel, as well as we are, I believe, on the behalf of the panel here, honored to be part of this beautiful event that talks about people and humans and the health and well-being. So first of all, hello everyone. And we saw at the beginning of this event, the announcement of Dubai being one of the top cities or countries in the world that has achieved health and wellness as their priority in their agenda, and have, of course, led the way and paved the way, not just for sustainable buildings, but obviously putting the people up front. And it feels great to be part of this nation and the developing works. Now, when it comes to the future of buildings, as Paul has mentioned earlier, I mean, the core is the humans. And for that to integrate it with the real estate, obviously, is an important part. So let me kick off this panel discussion with Mr. Marwan here. We've seen the strategy of RERA, you're trying to embed the health and wellness as part of the buildings. But why is it so important for RERA, and where do you see the future of health and well-being being embedded as part of the sector?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Great to be here with the audience. As Paul said, more than 10 years ago, we talked about this concept here in Dubai when we started RERA. And everybody was thinking it's only a cosmetics or a gym or something like that. Nobody thought about it as a well-being or taking care of a human at that time. But if we look at Dubai real estate today, it's more than just the buildings or structures. It is quality of life, a well-being standard, And this is what Dubai offered in its real estate market. As you know, we have more than 200 nationalities who are enjoying our nice and beautiful communities. At the time of pandemic, it taught us a lot about how people are spending time in their homes or in because their homes become their offices because of the pandemic restricting them from leaving homes. So we came to a very critical point where people would like to know, are we staying in a healthy building or a healthy common area where our kids are playing and restricted to play over there? We said we want to make sure that each dirham has been spent in cleaning, servicing, all those companies who came and sold their services at that time to make sure the building is well sanitized. And we came and we said, okay, we required a third party, independent, credible organization that can give us the services. And with our cooperation with Dulles, we came with a seal for the building to be authenticated and approved as a healthy, well-being building. Thanks to the effort of the team and to the management company and the developer, to be honest, that they recognize the importance of this movement. It's not just announce the project and do a campaign for sale and just sell it. They believed in this certificate and they wanted to give more their residents and their investors to maximize the value of real estate. Today, the norm is everybody is looking for the seal whenever they buy a property. The awareness is there that if this seal is there, the price of the real estate might increase. So it's become a good practice that everybody is looking to make sure that his building is being tested and approved as a well-being community. It wasn't a very difficult exercise to convince the management company that this will maximize the value of real estate and it will give confidence to all residents that they are living in a well-being tested community. The experience was there. Documentation was a lengthy process, as the management company told us. And what we did the test in our building and land department to make sure that this will work for the others. So we approved land department building as the first case when our team examined and they worked through the process, they prepared all the documentation required. And I told Tigha to be tough on our team. I don't want the credit to be easy, because once we convince and we recognize land department as a sealed building, we said now we can roll it down to the other management company. So we faced the challenge ourselves in land department. And alhamdulillah, with the help of the management company and the developer, today we have this number of approved building with the seal in Dubai. The team will give later on the details how we achieved this in a large scale with the help of Deloitte and the MOU that we signed together early. And I am sure today this is giving every international investor who is coming to Dubai that he got an approved organization testing his property before he moves in, or his tenant moved in, or his co-worker move and work in Dubai.
All right. It's interesting to see how the dynamics is changing. Like, I remember a few years ago, as I think I would agree with Paul at the beginning, everybody was just talking about sustainability, and we would just, talk about, how well is the performance of the building in terms of energy, in terms of water, the resources, and now, the indoor air quality and the other aspects such as nutrition, the light, the sound, the fitness levels, all of that has changed. So I'm happy to hear about the RERA strategy and how it's being implemented into your projects. Well done to you. But it also, you've touched upon the pandemic. So if you may, Paul, I might ask you that we've seen the change, or perhaps the common community has become more aware of the health and well-being post-pandemic, and we're seeing a trend now of employees demanding flexibility in the workplace. They're demanding healthy working environments, not just from the physical aspects, but also from the mental, being. But at the same time, it's easy for us to measure in terms of sustainability how we could assess energy, water, like the performance metrics. How do we then measure the impact of health and well-being on the occupant, may it be a resident, a visitor, or anyone who visits that building? And how do you see that has actually changed pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic?
Great, yeah. The pandemic taught a lot of us many things. One thing that we all learned was that what surrounds us matters. What we touch matters, what we breathe matters, at times how we congregate indoors matters. And unfortunately, it took a global pandemic to bring to light some things that we've known for a very long time. Number one, indoor air quality is 2 to 5 times worse than outdoor air quality anywhere you go in the world. We're not hiding from pollution by going inside. It's in fact worse. The air doesn't circulate. Our water, whether it comes from a clean source or not, it runs through infrastructure and pipes before it gets to our taps. Our lighting is not conducive to a proper balanced circadian rhythm. The natural sun patterns are really what our bodies are supposed to be exposed to, so static light is not. And to your question, coming out of the pandemic, clearly office workers are demanding more. They have leverage in a sense where they feel, okay, well, health and safety, my health and safety matters. I'm going to insist on third-party verified sources. But what we're already seeing is this opens up a tremendous opportunity to go further, and particularly go further with sensory technology and transparency. Measurable preconditions of air quality, water quality, lighting, temperature, acoustics, getting people to understand that with very, very simple advances and fairly costless at this point, ability to be more transparent with that information, we can create spaces that people feel empowered because they have the detail and understanding. Even down to hyper-localized temperature, for instance, where it's interesting through our work, the female condition and the male condition have a 4-degree Fahrenheit difference. Females tend to be cooler in offices than males. It's a biological component there. Again, but if we can use localized sensory technology, better understanding from a standardized process as to what measurements matter, and give that transparent information, that's what's going to continue to get people comfortable and even inspired to be inside buildings. It's not just, do I feel good going back? It's, no, I actually want to be there. I want to be in a place that is working in my health and well-being all day long. As we mentioned or discussed earlier, the Well Health Safety Rating is the beginning of a longer journey of many well programs, including a well performance rating, which gets into that measurable understanding of those IEQ components. So I think it's a wonderful time for the built environment to not only transform, but to catch up to what we should have been doing all along, which is recognizing that this space is for us, along with the planet, and given that, we need to give people the information to get them inspired that being in this space is good for them.
All right, thank you. Rob, picking up from there, as a developer, do you feel like this is actually true? Like a lot of your tenants now are requesting having, let's say, a certified office or building, or even just generally like having embedded health and wellness into any project of yours. And how did that translate even in what are the major features that you have embedded as part of the ICD Brookfield Dubai project?
Thanks for that. So sustainability is really a key principle for Brookfield, being a large owner of real estate across the globe. And as you've heard on the panel today, sustainability is not just about one factor. Perhaps 10 years ago, sustainability was about energy rating and environmental, but it now is about encompassing all of the aspects of the experience with the building, which includes the environmental aspect, includes the health and safety aspect, and it's the people aspect. So at Brookfield, we call it placemaking, and really enhancing the experience that the users have on a daily basis with the real estate, and making people want to be at the building, in the office. So we address each of those. From an environmental perspective, we very early on targeted a LEED Platinum rating, which really focuses on the energy consumption that the building utilizes, and we have very high specification glass at ICD Brookfield Place, which has reduced the energy by more than 30% above industry standards. Water reuse, we harvest the condensation from the fan coil units for the irrigation, so we use no mains water for irrigation at ICD Brookfield Place. We have a large landscaped area, which was always key for us. And then really from a health and well-being perspective, Brookfield were and are a very early adopter of the WELL health and safety rating, and rolled it out across all of our real estate in North America. I think we were one of the first to be certified in the region. And that again was an endorsement to our tenants and our users that there is a protocol, there's a system, and there's a confidence that when you come to the building, we comply with that. I think there's a bigger picture as well, which is in terms of the placemaking, and that was brought in very early in the design. We partnered with Foster & Partners, and we always wanted to create a real estate that created a sense of place. So at ICD Brookfield Place, we have what we call the Summer Garden, which is really a contribution to civic space where not only the users of the building, but anybody can come and really enjoy this wonderful space, which is healthy. We regularly measure indoor air quality, and we actually are 80% above standards, and that, I guess, is the benefit of being new real estate. We've got the latest technology. We will actually talk about something that we're looking at, a pilot with Delos on air filters, which we'll talk about later. And then, of course, we have an arts and events team that this year we've had 120 odd events at the building, which really attracts people to the building. So, our tenants have been struggling with how do we get the workforce back to the office post the pandemic, and that's our part in helping, making it an active, lively place. The amenity is really curated so that it's early in the morning, lunchtime, dinner time, on into the night. F&B. We have partnered with gyms and fitness providers so that you can do exercise at the building. And so sustainability is really encompassing all of those factors into what we as developers deliver in our real estate.
But in that case, how would you future plan it, right? I mean, nature of this industry is always there's a new technology, there's a new thing all the time for us to consider. How is it then that you would tackle on, let's say, sustainability or the health and well-being or people placemaking as part of your developments? So what would that mean in terms of future of the building itself?
So I think the systems that we plug into in terms of the air conditioning systems, I think if you look historically, buildings were designed around one service provider. Whereas now with technology that's available, you really can design the building so it's agnostic, and you have a management platform that plugs into multiple service providers, which really gives you the ability to be completely flexible, not tied into a system that only sends you down one path. So again, I guess, fortunate with time, the later you start this process, the the better the technologies are. But what we've found is that having an operation team on the ground from day one, early in the design, we've managed to set the systems up from a very agnostic perspective, that we're not reliant on a service provider and we can be very flexible.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But I also noticed, that a lot of the driving factor in this is how, I believe ICT Brookfield are leading the way, but there are a lot of other public and private corporations who are now embedding the people aspect and the social aspect as part of their corporate values. I believe that is how things got triggered. And if you allow me to just go back to Paul, we've been reading a lot of let's say how well contributes to the ESGs, especially the S part, So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, and what does that mean to a developer such as ICT Brookfield or any other government, public or private organization?
Yeah, great. The wonderful thing about the WELL standard in general is it all fits together, whether they're sub-ratings or the full standard, and it allows for opportunities for developers and landlords to achieve features that help tenants achieve features that even work towards policy. And I can tell you that just this year alone, there have been almost 100, actually call it 75 of the 125 Fortune 500 clients that have achieved the WELL ratings and certifications, prominently featuring in their annual sustainability and ESG reports their achievements of the WELL certifications and ratings. WELL has become a benchmark for materiality, mapping to KPIs primarily in that S bucket when you consider human and social capital management. Some in the E bucket, some in the G bucket, but WELL has really become a benchmark globally for material reporting on ESG, mapping to KPIs that are so consistent with human and social capital management, and most specifically allowing landlords and large portfolio owners to achieve and enable programs and features that enable their tenants and their corporate occupiers to report out materially on ESG as well.
All right, thank you. Well, what I'm hearing here is that, obviously people, their health, their well-being, be it inside the building or even outside the building, because the built environment is a combination of both at the end of the day. And the WELL standard does touch upon the outdoor factors. So yeah, it's pretty much interesting. And for us, I come from a technical background, and it's always about building that resiliency and that adaptability and the future planning, of course, as part of any project that we would undertake. Now, I believe that Anas, you joined me in that technical background, and Stantec is very strong when it comes to the healthcare sector. And the healthcare sector is obviously one of the challenging ones when we want to come to create such highly performing indoor qualities. So what do you do to come about it, and how do you see it in terms of the projects that you may have here versus worldwide?
No, thank you. So hospitals are interesting structures. The facilities, they're an ecosystem. In a small or medium-sized hospital, you might have 1,000 workers and patients. And when we work with our clients to design these facilities, at the center of the design are the patient's outcome and the patient's experience. Mm-hmm. We work with our clients. Everybody who goes to the hospital, I believe, wants to get treated well, have no complications, and go home quickly, right? And I'll speak about the future trends in the design. In the future trends, Paul, genetic modification now is possible. So technology is disrupting hospital healthcare providers, the way they operate. And one of the future trends in designing hospitals is to make sure that the hospitals are capable of adopting new technologies. There's new trends in telemedicine, where you need a smaller hospital but better facilities. Not everybody needs to be in the same space. Data is important, patients' data, using data, genetic records available to advise the healthcare providers. So, and when we design our professionals on the technical side, our IT communications specialists are now involved from the beginning with the equipment suppliers to design. So that's a future trend. The second and important future trend that our clients are asking for has nothing to do with technology. I'll start by a question. How many of you look forward to going to a hospital? Raise your hand, please. Nobody, right? Because it's such a stressful experience. You know, our vision of a hospital is that you go and you lie in a bed where they hook you up with needles and they put you in an MRI machine, X-ray machine, and then somebody does their magic and hope. So our clients are asking, and you could see that trend starting in Dubai, is to design the hospitals where you consider the patients not as patients but as guests, where when you come into the hospital, you get a better experience, because science has proven that healing has direct relationship to our emotions and our feelings, and that relates to the well-being. And the future trend is to design these hospitals to be welcoming, warm, more like, as I said, visiting a family member, where the food is good. So when we design now, we bring kitchen specialists. It's not just about air quality. When you go in, you feel that you're going into a botanical garden, for example. So our landscape architects work with the space planners and the medical planners to make sure that as you go through your journey, you go through pleasant places, and that improves the quality of healthcare overall. So it is technology and emotions and how you feel about the place.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately, our time is up, so I'd like to thank you all for your insights today. I'm sure there will be more topics that would elaborate from where we kicked off today, and thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello? Both mics are not working. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have everyone's attention, please? And I don't know, it's not the break yet, so I'm not sure what happened. Did anyone announce there's a break? It's okay. So I would like to ask I'd like to ask and call up on the stage Ms. Mona Al-Osaymi, Director of Strategic Planning Department and member of Urban Planning Coordinating Committee at the RTA, who will be speaking about the incredible Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan vision. Ms. Mona, please. Which one do you want?
Yeah, this is one. Is it working? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, as you are well aware, Dubai Urban Plan 2040 was launched by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in early 2021. And it's prudent to start this session or that short presentation without sharing with you the official movie of the plan.
الإمكانيات متوفرة والفرص موجودة. نقطة انطلاقنا هي الحاضر وهدفنا هو المستقبل، ويجب أن نقرر كيف نصنع المستقبل ونصنع التنمية. نحن أولى بصنع المستقبل ولدينا القدرة على ذلك.
And today, our journey to the future begins with the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. A rejuvenated vision and people-centric urban plan oriented towards building communities to improve the quality of life of the city and achieve excellence in all fields. Hand in hand and in partnership with governmental, semi-governmental and private entities, we shape the future and create opportunities for generations to come. The plan is a testament to the vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for Dubai for the next 20 years. It charts out a clear strategy to raise the quality of life and deliver on His Highness's vision of making Dubai the world's best city for living through providing the best services, facilities and infrastructure for the best city in the world. The Dubai 2040 plan envisages developing an integrated and flexible urban planning law that supports sustainable development and growth in the Emirate. It addresses all needs of residents by developing integrated service centres at different scales across Dubai by means of flexible and sustainable mobility. The Dubai 2040 plan optimizes the investment of infrastructure by creating transit-oriented developments that are within 800 meters from metro stations and key transportation hubs to foster an integrated and interconnected environment between residents, workplace and entertainment venues. The Dubai 2040 plan contributes to enhancing the global standing and competitiveness of Dubai through providing integrated top-class housing solutions for citizens over the next 20 years, including a plan to rehouse citizens in old areas. Providing over 168 square kilometers dedicated to economic activities to attract investors, international companies and startups. Allocating land for tourist and hotel facilities to enhance the Emirates' position as a global tourist destination. Raising the quality of life by increasing the length of public beaches by 400%. Doubling green and recreational spaces and public parks in the Emirate by 105%. Ensuring that natural conservation and rural areas account for 60% of the total area of the Emirate. Increasing the land allocated to education and health facilities by 25%. The Dubai 2040 plan brings forth a new concept in city planning by focusing investment in 5 main urban centres that encompass the development and reclassification of 3 existing centres. It also covers developing 2 new centres. The Expo 2020 Centre to boost the development of the exhibitions, events and tourism industry, and the Dubai Silicon Oasis Centre, which will act as an incubator of knowledge, innovation and advanced technologies to attract talents and minds. It includes an integrated long-term plan for Hatta that preserves the unique heritage and environmental nature of the area, supports sustainability and encourages tourism while allocating areas for the housing of citizens for 20 years or more. The Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan, a rejuvenated journey in the path of development and urbanization through a human-focused lens. We face the future with pioneering efforts, science and innovation, for Dubai to always remain the best city for living in the world.
So this was the vision of Dubai 2040 Urban Plan. Dubai, the best city for living in the world. Very inspirational. I'll just touch point on some of the key aspects of this plan. Just to go back in history, the first urban plan for Dubai was conceived in 1960 by the late His Highness Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum. This was followed by a number of urban plans, which ended by 2040 plan. Now, this is the 7th plan. It started with a population of almost 3.3 million. I believe we are almost 3.6 now, aiming to increase to 5.8 million residents by 2040. The special aspects of this plan that it was prepared or developed in an integrated manner and will focus on sustainable development and enhancing the quality of life. The plan focuses on 7 strategic themes: business friendliness, environmental resilience, public centricity, efficiency, conservation, choice in different aspects, and partnership. Focusing on key aspects of the plan, there will be doubling of green and recreational spaces. It means there will be more greener city, more trees, more parks, especially in communities. There will be an increase in spaces designated for educational, health facilities, as well as hospitalities and tourism activities as per the city needs and as it grows. Population will live within 800 meters from main public transportation. To achieve that, we will use different strategies and policies such as transit-oriented development policy, integrated services centers. Communities will be developed in a different matter, not only on city planning. We will focus on community level. We'll be implementing the 20-minute city concepts in which 80% of the people will reach to their daily needs through walking and cycling. 60%, as the movie has indicated, will be reserved for natural reserves, but also it will include rural natural areas and the element. 400% increase in accessibility to public beaches is another goal, and not to mention a very important aim, providing diverse option of housing and ensuring ample supply for future generation. The 5 main urban centers within this urban plan, we have 3 that are already existing. Deira, Bur Dubai, well known to everyone, the Downtown Business Bay, Dubai Marina JBR, and the 2 that already started, which are the Expo 2020 and the Dubai Silicon Oasis. To wrap up, it is also prudent to recite what His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister of the UAE, and ruler of Dubai, he gave us really the North Star His statement is, our strategic development plans are focused on creating the best possible environment and infrastructure to enhance the community's happiness and well-being and support the fulfillment of the greatest human aspiration for both our citizens and the people from around the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Mona. The next chapter of Expo City, I'm sure everyone wants to hear about what Expo has planned or is planning next. Nadima Mehra, who's the Director of Advocacy for Expo City Dubai and who's responsible for increasing visibility and awareness of Expo City Dubai, will be discussing the next chapter of Expo City with Scott Armstrong, an award-winning journalist and communication strategist, public speaker, and moderator. So I would like to please ask Nadima and Scott to come up on stage for this fireside chat. Thank you.
No, I think we're good. Morning, everybody. So we'll jump straight into it because we're on a tight timeline. I think like many people in Dubai, when Expo 2020 was coming to an end, we were like, no, don't let it end. This is too good. So it's great to be here talking about the next chapter with you this morning, Nadima. First off, give us a helicopter view. Sort of what is Expo City 2020? And how was it born out of Expo City Dubai? And how was it born out of the Expo 2020?
Sure. Thank you all for being here today. It's a really interesting subject. I've learned so much so far about just how important spaces that we live in are. And that was something that was very present as we developed Expo 2020 Dubai. So when we were working on the master plan and the urban plan for Expo 2020, it was with the thought that we need to repurpose 80% of everything that we build for the event. But that wasn't enough. We needed to look at that sustainable development from an ongoing perspective, and we looked at the vision of His Highness in all the work that we've done. We've seen it in the 2040 master plan and the urban plan, and some of the best urban planners in the world worked with us on developing a community. And I think that I'm going to underline that word because community is where it all starts. It's a community that brings together bright minds to continue to innovate. You saw that in Expo 2020 Dubai, which was the largest post-pandemic in-person gathering ever. And so I get asked that question a lot now. What is Expo City Dubai and what are we doing there? And the short answer is that we are the future of the Expo, continuing from an intangible perspective. So a lot of the thought leadership that was raised in Expo 2020, we're moving that forward. We are a mixed-use development. And so we have commercial buildings, we have residential planned, and it goes back to the previous presentation of how an urban plan is for a city, and that's to ensure that 20-minute connectivity. The metro that was built for Expo 2020 Dubai is still there. The city is open to the public. We've got Fan City for the World Cup happening right now. We have education through our education programs, school visits, and we've got the theme pavilions that are open and operational right now for visitors, and anybody can visit the site. It's non-ticketed, so it's open to the public, and it's beautiful just to go there. We've got the 5-kilometer walking and running path, the 10-kilometer bike path, and we've already hosted several sports events there during the Dubai Fitness Challenge.
Well, I know my 7-year-old girl is looking forward to going to your winter celebration that you've got going there as well. So if we look at this, I mean, we've heard a lot this morning about the human lens. So if you look at this from a human perspective, how is Expo City Dubai building in that human-centric approach, both in terms of the physical side, mental and well-being, and even sustainability? How are you building a human-centric view into that?
That's a great question, Scott. And I think what it boiled down to for us is we were developing the physical site. So we have 123 buildings that are LEED certified. They're all LEED Gold, and 7 of them are LEED Platinum. So the physical aspect and from a sustainability approach was looked after. And I really liked what Mr. Shala said earlier in his opening remark about we look at the sustainability of the environment, we need to look at the sustainability of the individuals as well. And so we registered as the first well-certified community pilot program in the region. And so Expo City Dubai, as one of the 5 zones in the 2040 Master Plan, will be a well-certified community, and we're working towards that. Now, what does that involve? It involves ensuring that the places that people live in have all the aspects that Mr. Shala talked about in his opening remarks. It's about green space. It's about ensuring the work-life balance. It's about ensuring people are not stuck in traffic for hours on end. And so for us, for example, we've pedestrianized the entire development. The core central business district of Expo City Dubai is all pedestrianized. So that brought to mind micromobility, and how do we tackle that as a challenge? And it's something I think that as we start working and as urban planners start looking at sustainable growth and looking at the environment and how people live in that environment, these challenges are something that need to be looked at. So, you know, how do people commute, especially when 6 months of the year, it's quite hot here. So it's not a simple walk. So we need to ensure that we cover all of those things for the residents, the visitors, the people that come and interact at Expo City Dubai.
Well, anyone that visited Expo 2020 knows that it's a perfect place to get your steps in, because there's a lot of space there to explore. So we kind of there talked a little bit about the what, in terms that you have registered to be the first community in the Middle East to register for the WELL community standard. Tell me a little bit more about the why. Why did you want to be the first in that space? Because we've heard about buildings. Why also, you talked about community before, just why it was important as a community to go there.
So 7 years ago, when we were sitting with the urban planners and trying to determine what kind of a city we want to develop as the next chapter of Expo 2020 Dubai, we looked at the building through that human lens, the building of the actual assets. So the 80% that I'm talking about that was repurposed was not only infrastructure, but the buildings themselves, and those are low-rise campus-style buildings. For those of you that have visited, you'll notice that there's mature trees already placed, and so the sense of wellness, I love walking there. I'm grateful that I work there, and every chance I get to take somebody on site and show them around, it immediately just calms me. With the beautiful music, the music that was there during the expo is still playing, the water feature, etc. So when we started looking at how do we build to make sure that it is a place where people want to live, it's a place where people want to work, their children to go to school, And so this is all pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic happened, and we went back and we had some tenants that had already signed up pre-pandemic. And one of the most interesting discussions I had was with the CEO of one of the companies who said, we haven't changed our space requirements for what we require. What we've done is changed the internal space to ensure that that well factor is there for our employees. And so corporations, and I know you and I discussed this very briefly early on, corporations are starting to click into that mindset of their employees' wellness is very important. So we had all of this in place pre-pandemic. We were in talks with Delos. I remember meeting Paul quite a while ago to talk about the program. And so we thought, because of the checklist that you need, we've got it all. So we went ahead, and it was the natural progression.
I just wanted, because it's been brilliant, and as a mental health advocate, it's been fantastic to see wellness talked about so much, and congratulations to the organisers of the conference. I'd heard ESG described recently as moving forward the license to operate for organisations. Do you think we've crossed the point where wellness is now no longer a nice to have for organisations, but is indeed fundamental to their sustainable future moving forward?
I think that, and we've seen it with, and so we're taking a bit of a departure, but you look at the quiet quitting that was happening, and people have realized, I think, that the time spent, 97%? I learned a lot of scary facts this morning. 97% of our life is spent indoor. So if you're not able to provide a work environment to your employees, then you are probably going to see that quiet quitting happen very, very quickly. So when we talk to companies right now that are interested to move to Expo City Dubai, the reason that they're looking to move is because their employees will be in a place that has a park next door, that might have a museum next door, that will have a concert happening that evening, that their kids can walk to school. So it's that integrated community again. And so we have a checklist with the corporates. It's like an interview now. You know, what do you have for our employees that will benefit them if we move here? Which is beautiful to see. And so yes, the short answer is absolutely. It's becoming more and more prevalent.
That's amazing to hear. Final question really quickly as well. We know 2023 is going to be huge. Expo City hosting COP28. How are you leveraging your experience from Expo 2020 and prioritizing sustainability ahead of that conference?
So we built a world-class event space. And that event space will continue to attract world-class events like COP28. And so we work very closely with the organizers to host them in our space. But sustainability is also key for Expo City Dubai. So we have a net zero journey that we're on as well. We work very closely with our tenants to ensure that that is part of their remit as well. And sustainability continues to be something that we work on. Terra, the pavilion, is open, and it still is about sustainability. And we bring kids constantly, students, to come and learn more about sustainability. So it was a natural fit to host COP28 at Expo City Dubai.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, time is now gone for us. Please join me in thanking Nadima for her insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's not a break. Good, perfect. Great. We're going to have a break in. You can just stick around with us for the next 30 minutes. Next, we will be hearing from Ms. Awatif Al-Suwaidi. All the great initiatives that Dubai Police is working on as it relates to well-being and happiness of their people, guests, and visitors. Awatif, the stage is yours.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير جميعا. وياكم عواطف السويدي من شرطة دبي. It's an honor to be part of this event. Thank you, Land Department. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for organizing this event. Today, I'm proud to say I'm coming here to tell you about a story, not of organization. I will say about a story of country and city that we live in. As Sheikh Mohammed said, human being and their ideas, innovation, it's very valuable to us. So in Dubai, that have more than 6 million nationality. We have 6 million citizens and locals. Also, every day we have 280 people coming to Dubai, and we have more than 200 nationality live in one city in Dubai. To make city safe, we have more than 15 police stations, and also we have more than 22 smart police stations. Maybe for the one who don't know about smart police station, it's a police station that we have it in different stop without employees. So without employees. So any customer can go through any of our SPS stop and do their transaction. In Dubai Police, we have 23,000 employees. With a great achievement of these people, actually now depends on Gallup survey, Dubai is safest city. 97% of people in Dubai feel safe while walking alone at night. They are confident about police. We are on the top of tourist attraction. At the same time, we provide the police services for all over our country and city. So, major achievements, we have more than 210 achievements globally and internally. We have a lot of recognition, certification, and different certification award that we receive it in Dubai. A lot of questions come to us and ask us how we do it. What is the methodology that Dubai Police do in order to achieve and have a lot of award? We keep saying that we simply care about people. When we hire any people, we care about them. When we develop, also we care about the employees and people. And also, when we let our people to go and return, also we care about them and their family. In crisis, also we care. So I keep saying, when we get in a crisis, also we care. So this is the most important initiative that we have during COVID. Actually, in Dubai Police, we have more than 20 initiatives. This is the most important initiative that we're proud of. First of all, moving and boosting frontline employees' morale. Actually, we concentrate on the mental health for our employees, especially the frontline people, and also support online learning for our families. Secure Together services, this is very unique services globally. You will not find it. Actually, what we do, elderly people in Dubai, we connect them in our database for the command room. So in this case, if we receive any call from them, we consider it as an emergency call. So we provide with them all the needed services that they need. I mean, healthy services, anything that they need. So our people become secure. More than 22,000 citizens, senior and resident, are connected and registered in our database. For opening the volunteering, actually we make the platform for the community to share with each us in order, even during COVID, to make the city safe. Expo 2020, it's a big successful story. Actually, we are proud to having such an event like Expo. But behind that, we want to make the place secure. And what we do, we introduced here something mental. We call it resilience mental, okay? We call it mental resilience. So all our people who secure Expo are ready for this event. So this is the concentration that we do during Expo. A lot of questions will said, okay, well-being and safety and security. Just I want to tell you and explain to you, as you know that Dubai Police have a strategy which have 3 pillars. One of the pillars, society happiness, safe and resilient city. The third, we call it innovation and organization capability. Let's move to the safety and security of well-being. A lot of people said what well-being means. Actually, in a description, we can say there is an individual well-being. This individual well-being, when we explain it to us, it's mean that we build in stages. It's actually built in a stage for security basic. First of all, we have to make the security basis for any community. Then we move to have a sense of security, comfort, and belonging. There is a lot of enablers. As one of the speakers said, we should have sustainable, resilience, and the third, equitable country and city. There is a lot of global well-being report and KPIs that we concentrate on, and we go through it, and then we align it with our strategy, internal and in the country itself, like cybersecurity, national program of happiness, and the third, from that it's come the safety and security framework that we work on closely in Dubai. So in Dubai Police, safety and security well-being, we are concentrating on the trust in Dubai Police, personal safety, digital safety, sense of security, internal well-being, and justice and rights. When we come to talk about internal well-being, there is 4 pillars that any organization should concentrate on. This is the 4 pillars. It's globally described. We have to take care of social well-being, mental well-being, financial well-being, and physical well-being. This is some of the initiative that we have. I'm proud to say that we get well health safety rated in Dubai Police, and there is also a plan not only to have a building, there is a project that will come, inshallah, Mr. Paul will announce one day. Also, life-work balance, we concentrate on that part a lot in Dubai Police. As you know, Dubai Police employees have a stress job. So we want them to make them ready for any event that's happening on the country and on the city itself. Happening index in Dubai Police is 97, almost 97. So we are on the top. Inshallah, this year also, inshallah, we will be the first. We are proud to say Dubai Police, it's certified as a great place to work. For the 2nd year, Dubai Police is the first police force that get this certification. There is a happiness council in Dubai Police. There is a roadmap for it. And also we have a quality of life center in Dubai Police that take care of the quality of life and well-being. Last but not least, as we keep saying, this is some initiative that we developed by our people to our people. Actually, this is the most initiative that well known in Dubai Police. We have the e-crime platform for any suspicious report in social media. We have also Himaya School that's connected with different schools in Dubai. So to just provide awarenesses campaign for our students. Also, we have Positive Soul, SPS, and last but not least, the Saad card would have all discounted. So this is all about well-being in Dubai Police, safety and well-being in Dubai Police. I hope I give you a brief about it, and if you have any question, I'm ready to answer.
Another quick reminder, it's not the break. Sorry that I have to remind everyone. Great. We're almost there, I promise. Now it's the recognition of a leader and a developer that has really been a leader in the UAE, Nakheel. They've done an incredible job. They've achieved the Well Health Safety Rating across 365 buildings. His Excellency Marwan, they were not the first to enroll, but they were the first. They all took a challenge, and they said, we will be the first to achieve, even if we're not the first to enroll. So we commend and congratulate Mr. Naaman and Mr. Francis and the entire team of Nakheel for this incredible achievement. And I would like to please ask His Excellency Marwan bin Gleita to come up on the stage with Mr. Mohammed bin Hamad, Mr. Paul Shala, Mr. Naaman Atallah, and Mr. Francis to receive this recognition. Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Naseem Abdullah, Director of Health and Safety at Dubai Municipality. Dr. Naseem has been working for the Dubai Municipality for the past 16 years in several roles. Dr. Naseem developed and managed the operations of many important programs in the field that have strategic impact on both Dubai and the municipality. She's also a member in high-level federal and local government committees, participated for evaluation of health and safety and consumer products, related policies, regulation, and safety. Dr. Naseem, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's my honor to be here. I can see some friends here as well, so familiar faces. And it's a privilege also to have a presentation after having such a, let's say, excellent presentations from our colleagues like Dr. Mansour and others as well. I enjoyed actually these sessions, I can say, since the early morning. And I wish also that you will enjoy this session and also the upcoming sessions as well. And alhamdulillah, my session is not before the lunch, so I'm sure that you will be listening to me carefully. So what we do in Dubai Municipality to make sure that health and well-being in a built environment. Well, I know that probably our colleague from Dubai Police were talking a lot about what they do for their employees and maybe the community. And also maybe other speakers, they talked a lot about how it works with the academia and education, and maybe some others also talked about sustainability and others. So basically what we do in Dubai municipality is probably, I can say both, like what we have some programs that we work for the community, or let's say we call them community, and also the customers, so our clients and companies. And also we work as well for some programs for our internal programs in Dubai municipality, which is our employees. Recently, because the organizational structure of Dubai municipality been changed, so now the internal program is now going to be taken care of another department, not our department, but we work together to achieve all the goals. So what we are doing actually, we have lots of strategic objectives and also strategic KPIs to make sure that we achieve and ensure the health and safety of the whole community in Dubai. So this is our objective. Going into the details, because my session will be just specifically talking about the water quality systems and indoor air quality. Of course, in this department, we do a lots of things, lots of other programs, like the labor camp, like health and safety in the schools, and the gyms, and the beauty salons, and many, many others, consumer products, etc. But today's session is only about these two aspects, which is the water quality. So drinking water quality, we know that our DIWA, of course, they work so hard for that, but the unbottled water quality, the ones that are in the residential buildings, etc., we make sure that we have a full program for it. As well, the recreational water system, so any swimming pool that you can see it either in the hotels or anywhere else, again, the same thing, we have a full program for that. For the indoor air quality, again, the same thing. We make sure that we have are measuring the some of the pollutants, we can say like VOCs, etc., to make sure that we keep the place safe, and also assessment of the ventilation system in this place, so, and also the air conditioning system. I can see, I feel cold today. I'm not sure about the others, but this stage today, I believe the whole space is very cold, so maybe it needs our inspector to come and check the conditioning system. And some supporting program, of course, we have, which is the awareness. So we do the awareness for the employees, we do awareness for the our clients, our customers, owners of the buildings, residential buildings, hotels, and many of others, like health officers, the safety officers in such premises as well. So the monitoring program within the built environment, of course, the field inspection. So the field inspection could be reviewing the documents that are there, some test reports could be, some physical inspection. We do risk assessment of the area as well that we go. And then based on that, of course, we take some samples. So our inspectors goes to the roof. They take the samples from maybe the water tanks, for the Legionella and total bacterial count test, etc. And based on that, then we get some reports that will be sent to them, and we will be following up for the corrective actions. So the water and indoor air quality guidelines, of course, when we say pollutants, then we for sure, we look into some standards. So if that is, let's say the results gets above those standards, for sure, then there will be supposed to be some actions, maybe fines, maybe corrective actions, etc. I will not go into the details, just that we have developed lots of technical guidelines, and because the last one, the unbottled drinking water, been recently transferred into our department from the food safety department, so that's why this guideline is now under process. Our stakeholder engagement, of course, we are not going to work on anything except that we make sure that the stakeholders are engaged with us, as well as the customers. And as I said, the main people are those clients, the owners, and maybe the safety officers within each premise. So what is our future, let's say, insight that we have? We make sure that we verify that, and probably we need to work very hard now with the land department after having the MOU with Delos, maybe, inshallah. And it's us, inshallah. And of course, we have a program of the indoor air quality, which we are going to work hard to achieve that one very soon. We are going to use the IoTs for that. We need to have these type of sensors which will give us all these details. We don't really have to have like physical inspections, so maybe virtual inspection and some other types of inspections is going to be done very soon. This is for the water quality monitoring as well as the indoor air quality. So basically all of these will be done inshallah very soon. Thank you so much.
As a reminder, we have 2 more things, and then it's the moment that everyone is waiting for, the break. Okay, so Leo, can I have a fireside chat right now? So the next fireside chat is with Murad Farid, who's the co-founder of Delos and the founder of the Mother Environment Movement, a new research field and community focused on optimizing environments for maternal well-being. He's also the CEO of Humanity 2.0 Labs at the Vatican, focused on how healthy environments impact human flourishing, and creator of the first wellness standard for pregnancy, Birthmark. The fireside chat will be moderated by Catherine Bruce of WSP. Catherine advises clients on their sustainability strategy, including how to reach net zero, ESG disclosures, and climate resilience. Her sector experience includes real estate, oil and gas, infrastructure, and finance. Catherine and Murad, the stage is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today, and in particular, I'm honored to be speaking with Murad today about the impact of the indoor environment and communities on health and well-being. So we'll get started, since we're quite short on time. So Murad, I wanted to start by just asking you, what would you say is probably the least known or undiscussed area of health in terms of the impact on our indoor environment?
Thank you. So we've heard all day about the importance of healthy environments, and it was about 10 years ago that we introduced the idea of a healthy building standard. And since then, we've seen how profoundly important it is for people and health. And what we've then started to ask is a different kind of consideration. So at which periods in life is it the most important? And so there are certain periods that are more high stakes. We like to call it intergenerational well-being. And so we've done a lot of work to codify and be specific about these high stakes periods and what environments mean during these periods. So the beginning of life is very important. So that's the 9 months in the womb determine about 70% of every human in this room's future. And the end of life is very important. And so the environments during these periods have been special consideration for us over the last few years.
I think you really touched upon something really interesting about the impact on the early stages of development. When we talk a lot about WELL and the WELL standard, a lot of it's focused on commercial buildings.
Sure.
And the impact it has on people in their working life, and not so much on people in the early and at the end of their life.
Mm-hmm.
What other buildings, aside from commercial buildings, do you see the WELL building standard and other health and well-being initiatives succeeding and really having a big benefit?
Well, we've had a profound impact, I think, in public education, schools, universities. We're one of the largest providers of wellness solutions in the United States. We've had a significant impact in our seniors and elder communities. We have about 700 WELL communities now as well. And we're looking constantly at how to apply this in various use cases. So it's a universal toolkit. It's not meant to be a one-size-fits-all per se. It's meant for everybody, though. So it does, I think, apply to everything.
And I think as we identify more and more research and data, you start to actually understand the impacts it has on those different typologies like education.
Mm-hmm.
The more you apply those initiatives, the more data that you get. And the more we become aware of all these impacts because we have the research to back it up.
Right.
Now, you were involved in launching the WELL Living Lab, and there's a lot of research that that group has done to help improve and identify the impacts of the indoor environment. What's some of the interesting research that's come out of that lab recently, and what's the aims of the lab for the next
Yeah, the lab is a really spectacular, I think, initiative that has been taken on for public benefit, public education. What we've been able to do in the lab is simulate a real-world environment and test different technologies. So, for instance, we've done, I think, pretty important work as it relates to lighting and dementia for elders. We're doing important work right now on air quality as it relates to elders. We've done, I think, seminal work as it relates to air quality in public classrooms. So we're constantly connecting the dots of what humanity and society really want to learn, and then simulating it in a real-world environment, in a lab setting, but really trying to unlock what's fact and what's fiction. Mm-hmm. And how do we translate that to really positive insight for humanity?
It's interesting what you touched upon on dementia, because there's been a lot of dementia villages created. You might have seen the example in Netherlands.
Yes.
Where they've created this community village that allows people with dementia to feel that familiarity of being at home, and also different zones and spaces that they can interact in, from in their room to then exploring like a small community to then being able to explore bigger communities. It's sort of leveling the different experiences that they get at a community level, and that helps to form more connectivity and connection, and being connected to people has a huge impact on our well-being as well.
It's massive. I think, one of the really fascinating things that we've seen is the development and rise of intergenerational communities. Some of our projects in senior living right now are being done on college campuses for that exact reason of social connection. That's really important, especially at the elder phase of life.
And I think when you're at that age as well, it can often be overwhelming, and if you're in a big, busy, bustling city,
Right.
to feel connected to people, and loneliness is a huge impact in a lot of cities, particularly with elderly people who may not have friends and family around, and being in these more connective communities, things like having spaces where you get to interact with your neighbors
Right.
easier has a big impact on your well-being. We look in Dubai and you have a lot of skyscrapers around, and often when you go into the elevator, you don't see the same people in the
Right.
elevator, therefore it's difficult to get to know your neighbors because you're constantly exposed to different people in such a big building. But what I have seen really successfully is a lot of buildings having breakout spaces, making it smaller, more connected. So rather than having one big community centre, you have breakout smaller community centres in different parts of a building or a master plan, so you have those connectivities. Is that an area that you see as a big part? We talk about air quality, water quality
Yeah.
important, but what do you think about that connectivity?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is we've had enormous studies done on the intergenerational communities. There are 72 such communities where elders live on college campuses, and the average life expectancy is 7 years more.
Wow.
just by virtue of having this connectivity at the social level and the intention to connect generations. So we think at every level, whether it's design, but even just the location of a community, at every level there's really profound health benefit.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And going back to the maternal health a little bit, do you think that people are not aware about the impact that this is having on the fetus, or is it something that people need to get more research and knowledge of, or where do you see that space growing in that?
Well, it's really interesting because the science is really well established, and I think if you look at something like air quality during the maternal fetal period, there's enormous, I think pretty shocking data that's come out that talks about particulate matter actually being in fetal tissue for 3 generations onward. So there's no more important consideration than this period as it relates to something as obvious as air quality.
I think that's really important that you bring that up, because we were talking about it earlier about particulate matter has obviously a very negative impact on individuals, but I think not many people realize that actually it does impact a pregnancy, and it can have an impact on that child's life as they grow up, even if they're not alive at the time to be exposed to the particulate matter.
Right, I mean, if you think about pregnancy, it's exponential wellness or exponential toxicity. So it's this window where anything will get multiplied at an exponential level.
Yeah, and you know, talking on indoor environment as well, the amount of materials that we have, the VOCs, you know, we've touched upon particulate matter, but also things like painting your living room, the impact that the paint has on off-gassing, and you breathe that in, it has chemicals that have endocrine disruptors as well. So I guess, just to wrap up, if you could recommend one thing that people could do today as a takeaway to help improve their own internal environments, to improve their health, what would that be?
Yeah, I think Paul touched on it pretty coherently. There's a whole slew of, you know, solutions and tools, and I think it's about figuring out really, you know, best practices as a baseline, but advancing very specific technologies to build on top of that.
I definitely agree. Digitalization and technology is going to have a huge impact in the world in the future. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking with you.
And the one last thing right before the break, Mubadala will be making an announcement regarding their well aspirations, and we would like to call Ms. Haifa Saeed Al-Maskari, Director of Business Services, to please come up on the stage. We are not going to talk about what the announcement is. We will let them talk about their announcement. Ms. Haifa, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Yani, mashallah, this is really an amazing event, and I was really inspired by the different sessions I heard so far. So unfortunately, I'm here between you and the lunch, so hopefully I will make it really very short. I'm really happy to hear from everyone, and really I thank the organizers for this amazing event. So we are here to discuss about health, innovation, as well the well-being of not only our employee but also the community. And this is something we are at Mubadala seek to build on and enhance as a responsible investor. And sustainability and responsible investing was really and always be a key priority of Mubadala. The responsible investment team build on this mandate and make sure that we embed ESG principle across our group of company globally. And this vision helps really to build upon our growth as well as evolution as sovereign wealth fund. So for that reason, I would like to, let's say I'm proud also to be the first UAE-based entity to adopt well at scale pathway for our local and international offices. And we're really proud for that, and hopefully it will be a successful journey for us. And in addition to that, also, we are intensively work on initiatives and programs to support our employee mental and physical health, because we are a strong believer that they are most important assets. Another project is a big-scale project that we currently work on and support our efforts to get LEED and WELL certification globally, is workplace transformation, where we are trying to create a new unique spaces for our employee. This will support our vision as well our ESG plan going forward. This was a main focus for our organization, given our ambitions to double our portfolio size within less than 10 years. And in order to achieve that, we are trying to build a unique space where it is empowering our employee with a very connected, inclusive, and progressive workspace. In order for us to achieve that, we would like to make sure that the space facilitates the employee growth, taking in consideration, especially after the pandemic, the future of work, as well delivering a meaningful experience to our employee. This has really become challenging year after year. It's really become a very high demand when we see this new initiative like WELL and wellness coming across throughout the globe. Additionally, we are also challenging also our partners to consider responsible sourcing of our material. So, for example, zero carbonate component when we design our new offices. So what we're trying to bring the best of two worlds, so sustainability and wellness, as well best-in-class offices to our spaces in, let's say, internationally. So we have offices in 4 regions, China, Moscow, as well London and New York, and we are targeting to achieve platinum rating. So hopefully we will be on, we'll keep our promises, and I'm looking forward to work with our partners in the journey, and I'm confident it will be really a successful, amazing journey. So thank you everyone for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Haifa, and congratulations for actually being the first to commit to WELL at Scale, which is a newly launched program. Now is the minute that everyone's waiting for, but before we go, after 1 p.m., the food does not taste good anymore, so we'd ask everyone to please eat from now until 1:10, and please come back to the stage. Thank you so much.
عادي لايف كوتش يعني بس شو تسوي الاشياء شوفي اللي يقول لك مثلا ودوهم خلي يستانسون وشي هذا جزء لكن انت مثلا لازم حد يسمعهم حد يشوف مشاكلهم هاي الاشياء يعني مهمه صراحه لا انا عندي دبلوم سعاده
Manal. Yes, I'm going to speak outside. With the speakers outside to get people to the 15, huh? 15 minutes? ولا أقل? Good. I'm so sorry, tell me. So I know
this guy.
Hello. It's okay now? Hello? I think so. It's only here? Test, test. Test. يا والله. Test. Can we get it? Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Good to
Nice
see you.
to see you again. How is everything? Good, it's going good.
Thank you so much.
We're happy. Rajiv, sorry, Tariq. At the beginning we started with the, you said it's so easy. It is.
So many countries.
But
احنا هنخل
we're gonna have it soon,
أنا
huh? But it seems we're gonna have it soon, inshallah.
Yes, one feature I think.
Yeah, we did it. We sent it to Shayla. Let's
Yeah,
pray.
I hope it will be amazing.
Yeah, and you have to announce it. Yeah, good.
You guys will also be recognized today.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen. No one can hear me. There's nothing. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We hope everyone enjoyed lunch, and we please ask you to come to the stage now. Please, thank you. And I need to go each next to Siraj. I will call by names. Siraj, Marwan.
عشان كده الاورجنايزيشن بالهيلث كير تعرف الهيلث كير قديش بس زي ما حكى لك اكيد هنعمل شغل.
Yeah, no, we need to. Can we please call everyone? I'm sorry. Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for being here. No, always pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
We had a word with Paul.
Yeah.
So I will ask you some details. Would you try and meet him over these few days?
We explained about successful. He liked it. We'll see if we can maybe. Great, thank you.
Where is Mr. Amar today?
Don't go further. Sorry.
Mr. Amar?
Hamdani? Ahmed Hamdani?
No, not Ahmed Hamdani. Amar.
Ammar?
Amar.
The media guy? He's here.
Amir. Because of whom we met.
Oh, Amir. I don't know where he's at. Can we? You want to tell people?
Yes. Everyone, we're going to be. Yes. Do it from here.
No, like now.
If everyone can please start heading back into the auditorium, the program will be resuming within 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is it better there?
It was the range of the antenna.
Oh, that's what it is.
Go further.
Got it. If we can please begin making our way back into the auditorium, the program will begin within the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Organizing? Yes, talk about. All right. If I'm the speaker, should I be sitting somewhere? Yes, yes.
The programming will resume shortly. If we can please make our way back into the auditorium. Thank you very much.
Maybe if we spoke. I was thinking maybe if you said it in Arabic, it would get people's attention more. Not the language, but because like it's going to get the language.
Can we please have everyone back on the stage, please? Please leave the food, man. It's food time. That's what's happening.
It's always food time, guys. I don't know. That's the problem. Oh man. Heading back in. It's gonna get good. Guy Guy is coming up pretty soon. I've heard one of Guy's speeches. You know him too well, I guess. You could probably recite it for him.
If we can please begin to heading back into the auditorium, the programming will resume imminently. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, like, if you go back in, but like also not.
I think you should just stop.
I think that's probably a good idea. We'll give it 2 more minutes, and yeah, I agree.
You guys still eating? We just wolf that down. Wolf
Yeah. The thing is, it's really good, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
It's
right.
just like people are like, I'll go back.
Yeah. No, I love just feedback for you. I love the way you guys are doing it. 15 to 20 minute bursts. People don't have attention span.
The one thing that we know, we did it on purpose. We know that like auditorium is tough because people are like on business calls, but it's the Museum of the Future. We had to do it here.
Yeah, yeah.
We had to do it. Yeah, it's Australia.
Yeah.
I was really rooting for you guys. My grandfather's Portuguese, so I'm not a big Messi guy. I respect him. But that last second when your guy had the shot right at Martinez, oh my God. I thought for a second. Heartbreak. I have nightmares about Morocco, even though I'm proud of them. But I just...
The way it ended.
That was tragic, tragic, tragic.
I just love it.
All right, I'll do it one more time. All right. Come on, man. All right. Get everyone inside. All right.
Can we please begin heading back into the auditorium? The programming is beginning right now. Thank you very much.
It's pretty cool. DLD. You know, he's in Dubai Soccer Awards, R1. This guy knows Ronaldo. He's like, boys of Ronaldo. Yeah. He loves it. He's a big Ronaldo guy.
Tell me about Australia. I go, yeah, well, they're not going to go very far.
All right. I could use your voice support. They listen to me a little bit, they'll listen to you better, you know?
Hello? Where?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're gonna start now. Hello, everyone. Keep the food aside. There is a takeaway offer. Yeah. Excuse me, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed lunch. And now I would like to call Mr. Haytham Ibrahim, Property Operations Manager at ICD Brookfield, who will give a speech regarding IAQ Scientific Pilot as Synergetic Approach. Mr. Haytham, if you can please come up on the stage. If Haytham is... I will go grab Mr. Haytham. He's probably still having lunch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Do you hear me well? You hear me well? Yes. Yeah. We're so sorry to get you from the lunch to listen to a presentation called Scientific Pilot. Really. But I hope that this is going to help you digesting your delicious meal. So let's get into it. So ICD Brookfield Place is LEED Platinum, well health and safety rated, wired score and smart score certified building. You can recognize from the certification which has been obtained for the building that we are focusing on environmental sustainability, healthy and well-being, and technology. When you look at our indoor air quality management plan, you will recognize that we are in compliance with most of the local and international guidelines and standards which working on the indoor air quality. The graph in front of you is showing the different types of gases and particles which need to be considered within your indoor quality. The blue graph in front of you is showing the maximum allowed concentration by the guidelines which you require to maintain your indoor air quality below that concentration. The lower part is showing the ideal case for some type of particles which you don't need them at all in your air, and for the carbon monoxide, for example, you're required to reach to the ideal mixture of the air or the natural air. Most of the compliant buildings are actually in compliance to the guidelines because they are maintaining their indoor air just below the maximum allowed concentrations. Within ICD Brookfield Place, we were able to maintain a much better situation from that of about 85 to 90%, which you see it on the graph with the dotted red lines, related to the entire substance, gases, and particles that we should maintain within the building. And that was due to the installation of high-efficient filtration. We have in our building the fresh air of more than 30% than ASHRAE standard, and also the operational policies and procedures which related to the cleaning, sanitization, and as well the installation of UV lights within the central air conditioning systems. In addition to that, we're keen about the occupants' comfort, so we're checking the building on quarter basis, again in the comfort zone in compliance with ASHRAE and the European standards. That was a discussion related to the indoor air quality. And on the other hand, the building committed to net zero carbon by 2030. Through our roadmap to achieve the net zero carbon, we will be passing by a phase of optimization, where we will be looking at a reduction of our carbon footprints, looking at a reduction of our energy consumption within the building. And within that, and looking at the heat map of our carbon footprint, we found that 23% of the energy consumption taken by the building is going for the central air conditioning system of the common parts. That system, which is responsible for the indoor air quality, which we have been discussing. So we're coming into a point that we need now to maintain what we have achieved from indoor air quality perspective, or even to increase it. And at the same time, we need to start reducing the energy consumption of the system, which is responsible to achieve that. And for that, we started the collaboration with Delos. Both teams, from engineers and scientific researchers, worked together in order to establish a scientific pilot based on the scientific research methodologies. This was including the study protocol, experimental boundaries. We looked at the entire variables from dependent, independent variables for the experiment and testing, the field setup, all the instruments will be used, and also worked out how we're gonna figure out the data techniques of the final results. And this was by comparing the MERV 13 filters installed on the central system to a solution, we call it disinfecting filtration system. This is with an objective to maintain or increase the indoor air quality and at the same time reduce the energy consumption of the system for lower footprint. Looking at the basic filtration theory for whoever here with us out from the deep in the industry of the mechanical and electrical systems. You are passing the air through a set of filters in order to get it purified and cleaned. And you're doing that through a fan. So that fan is consuming the energy. If you decided using conventional solution to increase your indoor air quality or your filtration efficiency, you need to add another set of filters. Those filters will increase the resistance in the system. And that resistance means the fan, which is driving the air, need to consume more power. And accordingly, you are increasing your energy consumption and increasing your carbon footprint. In our synergetic solution today, we're looking for increasing our indoor air quality by using a solution which will reduce the resistance within the system, and so accordingly we will be reducing the energy consumption and the carbon footprint. The solution is using what we call electrostatic mesh technology along with a special medium, and on the left side you can see the installation of the MER13 inside one of the air handling units. On the right side, the installation of the DFS system within our building. Our engagement with Delos started earlier this year, and we started the initiation of the idea and that we need to find a solution as I just explained. Our pilot is in several phases. Phase 1, which is focusing on the efficiency of the particles removal, which has been just completed this quarter. The result from this phase, you can see it on the screen in front of you. On the left side, we have the performance of the system when it's working on 100%, and on the right side, the performance of the system when it's working on 50%. You can see an increase in the efficiency for particle removal on the different type of particles and gases within the building, and on the other side as well, which is concluding of an average of 64% of increase within the efficiency of the particle removal at 100% speed, and 68% at 50% speed of the system. On the next phases, phase 2, we will be looking on Q1 2023 at the energy efficiency, and on Q2 2023, we will be looking at what we call combined testing, and hopefully by Q3 2023, we will be having our final report. We, ICD Brookfield Place and Delos, together in collaboration, we will be very proud when we reach to the last stage, finding a scientific proven solution where we can present to the industry of increasing your indoor air quality and at the same time reducing your carbon footprint. Thank you so much.
And now we'd like to announce the next panel. I think this will be an incredible panel, given that I'm the moderator. I would like to ask Dr. Abir Shaheen from ADNOC, Mr. Ahmed Khalil from Dubai Land Department, Mr. Francis Gianni from Nakheel Community Management, Mr. Samer Ghani from Saga to come up on the stage, please. It's great to be with everyone here, and I've had the privilege to work with all these leaders. So, Dr. Abir, I would like to start with you and ask, how do you at ADNOC employ well in measuring and reporting on human and social capital performance as a part of your corporate sustainability commitment?
Actually, first of all, since you're the moderator, I just want to thank you very much on the support you provided us through our, I would call it test bed, because for us, we found out that it was a small test bed for furthermore well standard certifications, inshallah, we will obtain. And back to your question, actually we do this through sustainability, focusing first of all on climate change, which is the first target, so in terms of environmental aspects, also the social aspect of it, focusing on the well-being of the occupants. Now, the 8 buildings that we have received, alhamdulillah, recently health and safety rating on, are, just as I said, it's a test bed for further. We have a huge portfolio of real estate and built assets, as you know, including filling stations, commercial buildings, housing, schools, educational buildings. So it's not only the well-being of the occupants through office buildings that we are targeting, rather than employees residing or living in housing, children of employees studying at schools. So it's a holistic approach to it. And I keep saying it's a test bed because ADNOC has really, ADNOC Group has a wealth of real estate assets, nearly 200 million square meters of real estate. And what we obtained for the 8 buildings was 370,000 only from that portfolio, including the ADNOC HQ. I'm sure you all know our famous 70-plus story building that is already LEED Platinum for operation and maintenance, and that helped us a lot in obtaining such certification for now. And we're looking, inshallah, in the future to receive more well certification and standards on all levels, inshallah.
Thank you, and it has been great. Actually, I want to congratulate you for ADNOC for being the first oil and gas company in the region to have achieved the Well Health Safety Rating. It's an incredible achievement. Moving to Ahmed. Ahmed, I think so. We will try. As a part of the RERA initiative, I would like to understand, how have you approached introducing health, wellness, and sustainability into the jointly owned properties? I know His Excellency Marwan has touched on it on his panel, but would like to understand from a government perspective, how did you approach this and introducing this, and why was it important to introduce the jointly owned properties in Dubai?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It started in a way that we had an email and WhatsApp group, and everyone needs to pick a number with the statement. So there was a number 11, a statement called hope. It touched us a lot, and we saw the path immediately. That statement, immediately we knew that this is the approach that we're going to go to apply it. We're in Dubai, DLD. DLD vision as Dubai, we are saying that Dubai is a city of innovation, and everyone knows that. Entering the expo, His Highness mentioned renewal of life and developing civilization. So we knew that we are taking a huge responsibility. This is innovation, that's the first vision. L, which is, everyone think is land, but we're saying lead by example. And we wanted to take the lead on that by putting a confidence in the market, a thaqa, trust. The third and the last, which is D, dreams always can come true. And that's why in land department always, we had dream and belief. And that belief makes us happy and makes everyone happy. But forgetting one thing, because we love number one, we add 4. If you know the 4 is RERA, R-E-R-A. In law number 6, 2019, Land Department is responsible to maintain the registry of jointly owned property. And the article number 4 gives that responsibility. Not only that, 2019, law number 4, it got introduced, giving the power, responsibility, and RERA, huge responsibility. From there, we could see the path. And from that day, we decided we have to take the lead, and we have to take number 1. And we apply 4 pillars to ensure that this life continuous with well-being happen. If we look in all His Highness statement and future or whatever government statement, he never talk future. He always say now, now, now. It will be. It is there. So the way to enforce it, we have 4 pillars. So number 1 is by awareness that we're going to do in the market, and we already start doing. The second, which is a lot of people have seen it, we introduced Falcon, which is the map will be so transparency, not only to the management company, to the people, so they can highlight. 2 things we're announcing now is a surprise also. 3, we can introduce this well-being in building specification and classification. We are planning now to work with the team to introduce it by next year. And the third and the fourth one, we are glad to announce that we are introducing ranking system to the jointly owned management company, where well-being will be part of the grading, almost 10% out of 100%. And this rating will play a big role to the management company if they will succeed or no. Not only that, we have also survey, which is 10%, where the owners will be also evaluating the performance of management company. Yep. So through the awareness and the owners understanding the importance, this will help the management company to increase their grade. And we are sure that we're not hitting only a certain area, but we believe that with this project, a lot of the management company will participate, not because of ranking, because we are preparing ourselves for what is coming next year, COP28. Yep. Thank you very much.
Great. And Ahmed, I'll have to be honest, I mean, we've worked with several governments in Dubai, I mean, pretty much the majority of the government organizations, and I have to say, Dubai Land Department is different. You guys are open, innovative, always looking to improve, and that has been amazing to kind of experience this and seeing that the Dubai Land Department as a governing body wants to do the right thing within the management company, so we congratulate you for this. Moving on, Francis, you guys, as I mentioned, and I mentioned it in my speech, you guys were not the first to enroll, but the first to achieve the Well Health Safety Rating across 365 buildings. Incredible achievement. As a leader of real estate and property development in Dubai, why was it important to Nakheel and the Nakheel Community Management to achieve the Well Health Safety Rating? And as a developer, how do you see investing in your residents and employee health impacted your organization?
Thank you, Tigha. Maybe what I can say before we start is this is the graveyard shift. So I'm glad there's more than one person in the room. Dr. Mansour scared me a little bit earlier today. So thank you for being here, especially in the afternoon. Tigha, you're 100% right. For us, when the opportunity came, it was a no-brainer. So Nakhil's slogan is building happiness and prosperity. And that aligns quite clearly with the vision of Dubai leadership, as well as making sure that Dubai is the happiest place to live. One of the previous speakers this morning from ICD mentioned that that the developer focuses on placemaking, which is very true. When people are starting to move into buildings and they live in buildings, this is where the community management companies start to focus. We start to focus on a sense of belonging. We want people to feel that they belong in their communities. We want to make sure that they enjoy their communities. And especially after the pandemic, I think it became quite clear that maybe we were all not really ready to really go that extra mile. But after that, it was a no-brainer. Yes, we were the first to achieve it, maybe not the first to enroll, but I have to say that the team, when this was presented to them, took this on as a personal challenge. And I think the most important part of this as well is to understand that your employees in your organization also need to understand the value that it's going to add, not only to them, but also to their customers. And how does it impact us? We had a tremendous feedback on people that saw that the seals were going up. There's someone here that over the break came up to us and says, I'm living in shoreline number 2. I saw the seals going up. That's an amazing achievement. So the value for a developer or a community manager is the fact that, yes, it is going to add a premium to where you want to live.
This is amazing, and I have to say, Francis, based on my experience with working with your team, and I don't want to forget anyone but John and Fatina and Mohammed Najman, incredible team, and I saw how all of you guys came together when I said, and I know that Nakhil said, what can we do to be first? And I said, we cannot control this, and they brought each other together, and they said, I remember, they said, we accept the challenge, we are going to do it. And you guys are the largest portfolio, so we commend you. It has been amazing to be working with your team. Moving on to Samer, which has also recently achieved the Well Health Safety rating for your portfolio of buildings. What strategies have been applied to your buildings to accelerate the shift to sustainable and healthy development at Saga International?
I think that through the pandemic, it taught everyone a lot of lessons, and it taught everybody that there is fear in all the people throughout the world. So we had to come up with some ways that will bring back confidence to the people, the communities, and also to my staff and the people that work with us and the service providers. So we had to transform immediately to digitalization. Everything we have is in the cloud. All kinds of the systems is accessible from anywhere. We had the flexibility for my employees, the comfort. We relied on the service providers so that they can also give us all the support and work with us. But something that addition, besides the sustainability that we've been doing, saving in the electricity or water, that was done for previous years. We engaged with the owners themselves. We sat with the owners and tried to bring comfort to them. We tried to understand their concerns. It started programs that we never had before. For example, we have the medical clinic. We engaged with Life Clinic with free consultations in the buildings. We brought a lot of activities in the gyms. We made use of it for the owners. So that we had to get them involved. We had to get them to work with us and have flexibility towards everyone. So I think these are the main things that we relied on.
Thank you, Samer. And again, also an incredible team. I know I have to give him a shout out. I don't know if he's on the stage, but Wesley has done an incredible job for helping you achieve the Well Health Safety rating. Now for my final question, and anyone can volunteer to answer this. I'm not going to ask it to anyone specific. How can we improve our communication to better recognize the warning signs of potential health issues in buildings? How can we really look at communicating this in our buildings? Francis?
Tigo, I think one thing that is quite important as community managers, looking after the community, and you mentioned we had to get the owners involved as well and the tenants. The communication needs to go out to the customers and the people on the ground. They need to understand what is the real value in this. Now, as a community manager, you have the opportunity, with the help of RERA and DLD, to reach out directly to the owners, whether that's through monthly newsletters, whether that's through EDMs that we send, whether that's through engagement that we arrange for people on a social events over weekends. The awareness needs to be there. As soon as the awareness is being created, the value of well will escalate so much more.
Incredible. Thank you. For anyone, Samer?
I just want to also say that it's in Dubai we've learned it's not just being the first or the second. I think that the main reason for our success goes to the support that we are getting from the Dubai Land Department and RERA, especially for Mr. Marwan and Mr. Muhammad and all the teams below it, because their doors are open, they listen, and we walk in, we come up with a proposal, and we implement, and they give us the support. So really, this is a key factor that you will not see in other countries.
Absolutely. I can't agree more. And the way they have done it and the way they have introduced this across the jointly owned properties
Thank you,
is
RERA.
truly, of course, it is truly impressive. And I'm super excited to be sitting here, with all organizations that have all achieved well, because sometimes with new clients and new customers, they're like, is it good? I say, do not ask me. I work for the company. I'll tell you it's great. I will not tell you it's a bad. I say, always ask others that have gone through this program and see what value it added to them. So we thank you all for your time today, and congratulations for all your achievements, including Dubai Land Department for achieving the Well Health Safety Rating. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to switch my hat to the, let me see, what do we have next? Okay, so lights, yep. Thank you. As I was just mentioning on the panel, always ask customers about their experience. We have had an incredible partner. Tranquil was committed to doing Stay Well, which is one of Delos' program across their entire hotel. 272 rooms that will be incorporating Stay Well by Delos across their entire hotel, an amazing project. And once they've experienced it, now they're actually coming up on the stage to sign an LOI across 1,000 additional rooms by 2025 that they will be doing with Delos. So Mr. Karthik and Mr. Paul, if you could please come up on the stage.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Mr. Marwan. Thank you very much for your support always. This is very nice that our journey for 1,000 keys started in reality with 270 keys, that we are creating the first urban wellness infrastructure in Dubai. I know there are a lot of firsts happening here in the region. They say small drops of water make a mighty ocean. And our endeavor, mine and my team's endeavor, is to actually start this small drop of water. We are building, I'll just go back. Paul did mention today morning that in the 100%, 5% is genetic, 25% is lifestyle, and 70% is the built environment. So we thought 3 years back that we should focus on 95% of the human value and the human life. So how do we achieve this? A lot of concepts, a lot of things do happen, but how do you make it into reality for people to touch, feel, and live? Thus was born Wellcube.life, the first urban wellness hospitality company, where we create buildings which will have a complete wellness infrastructure. So our building will be not only being the well-being rated building, in addition to that, we wanted to create a 365-day lifestyle. Wellness is not something that you drink 3 juices for 7 days and then you're well. No. How do you actually live in it, experience in it 365 days a year? And that search of mine led to a simple Google search, naturally landed, because they're very good at SEO, landed with Delos. And that's where 3 years back we started this journey. And I didn't want to trivialize by just getting some equipments and loading in an apartment and selling the real estate. What we wanted to do was to actually go beyond that. What is beyond that? We said, Dubai is a land of luxury. Everybody talks about luxury as a lifestyle. But what's beyond luxurious lifestyle? I mean, sometimes the pandemic has taught us very clearly that irrespective of a beggar or a billionaire, it treated everyone equally. So what is more important was, how do we create a lifestyle that helps us sustain any kind of contingencies that we may or we may not know? So what we did was, we adopted the Delos stable program in every apartment of ours. We talk about the air purification system, we talk about the circadian rhythms, we talk about the sleep, the most important element of any human life. So, and what we do, we actually build $1 million homes and then we negotiate on the mattress. But that's the most important element and we all forget about it. And that is where we then realized that we do not want to go to an electronic shop or go to any other place to get a consumer item and load it into the apartment. We wanted something that is medically certified, clinically proven, and we only wanted to get those elements into the building, that has these kind of qualities. And thanks to Paul, and I think he dreamt, as they say, you dream of an idea and somebody else has executed this across the world. I had this dream, and then when I researched, Paul has already done that. So I just changed it. I said that I will be a platform user, so I will be the smart one, let them do the hard work. I will assimilate all of them and create value to the investors and my users. And thus is my company Wellcube.life and the building we are building in JVT. I request all of you, we have a small stand here, go through that, and please do come to our building and see what exactly we are building. Thank you very much, Tika. Thank you very much, Paul, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. And yes, it is an incredible building. Great. So now we have a fireside chat on a very interesting topic, Mr. Guy Perry, and it's about designing master plan communities for longevity. And it will be moderated by the CEO of Kaizen Asset Management, Mr. Fadi Nouelty. So I would like to ask both of you to please come on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, that was loud. Thank you, Guy, for being here with us today. I watched some of your YouTube videos, and it was very interesting what you've been doing. I want to start by a topic that's dear to our heart. As property managers, we usually get buildings when they're completed, and we have to deal with them. And I often ask myself the question, the discipline of engineering and design should be centered around residents, but we often see that engineers focus more on the engineering aspect than the people aspect during design. Although, however, I can see that newer buildings do better. We have more natural lights in newer buildings. We have better air quality because of newer AC and HVAC systems. In your opinion, moving to master communities and buildings, how do you design master communities with health and longevity at the core of developments from the design stage?
I think it's a very interesting question because we've actually been building cities that have not been human-centric for decades now. Yeah. When we look at the neighborhoods that actually have the healthiest statistics, they're often older parts of cities. There are areas that are established for decades. Places like South Kensington in London is a place that's extraordinarily walkable. It's very human scale. It's what we call the 10-minute city. Everything is within 10 minutes. So I think if we are trying to reset today and create a much healthier environment, you start with this notion that everything needs to be of a pedestrian scale. Now, one might say, oh, the climate is difficult, et cetera. Well, the climate's difficult pretty much everywhere on the planet. The question is, how convenient can you make things so that a child can walk to school, so that you can walk to 2 or 3 or 4 different grocery stores and other commercial activities? You don't need to be getting into your car to do everything every time that you want to go out. And this is something that seems obvious, but frankly, we've not been doing it for decades now. So what I have found is that if you create medium density development that is walkable, that has the facilities that you need, day in, day out uses, you actually create a pattern of life which is fundamentally a healthier one. So in other words, instead of going to the gym for your 10,000 steps, you actually just make those 10,000 steps without even noticing it. And I think many of you have experienced that in certain European cities when you visit the city, and if you're actually tracking your steps, you find, oh my gosh, I walked 15,000 steps or 20,000 steps. But it's truly painless. So I think we need to come back to a human-centric design at the scale of the district, at the scale of the city. And that's very much what I'm involved with now in shaping a new district of Riyadh.
You spoke about the climate being a factor in design. What strategies do you use when you're designing a master planned community, keeping in mind the environment you're designing in and climate? Does it differ, or are the strategies the same?
Obviously, depending on the climate, most cities either have a cold climate part of the year or a hot climate part of the year. Some of them have both, if it's in the Midwest, in the US, for example. I think you still have to design for the favorable months, but then you need to consider what are the things that you can do to enhance those more difficult seasons. I don't think it's ever going to be that comfortable to be walking around outside in August in the Middle East, unless you're up in Asir or at high altitude. But I think what's important is that you think about the shading, you think about the scaling of the city. If you look at some of the older districts, for example, Al-Balad of Jeddah, you find that the shading of the streets is actually done very, very carefully. You find that certain orientations of streets are more narrow than others to provide that shading, and that buildings are shading each other, and there's a microclimate that's established. I did the master plan extension of Fez, Morocco, and I learned a lot from the Medina. The Medina itself is 6 degrees cooler in summertime than the countryside around it, and it's actually even sometimes 8 or 10 degrees cooler than the rest of the city. So I think if we actually use some of those principles that are timeless, you can get a lot of mileage out of really reducing that ambient temperature. We are also embedding, in the case of Diriyah Gate that I'm working on in Riyadh, we're embedding technologies to semi-cool some of the public spaces. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that the widths of the streets are capable of doing that. And we've learned lessons from, for example, City Walk here, where perhaps things could have been done a bit differently, so we've studied what's worked there, what hasn't. We've actually done full-scale mock-ups in Sharjah to actually test technologies, and we're going to be employing them to create a better exterior environment. And actually, this is very important, coming back to one of the points that Paul made earlier. People are spending an extraordinary amount of time indoors. So part of the solution is make the indoors better, but another part of the solution is get people back outdoors. Yeah. And this is one of our missions. The living room of a community should be outdoors, not indoors.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm part of the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, and we're working on educating property managers and people in the built environment on the importance of having buildings and communities be more resilient. In your opinion, how does focusing on healthier buildings, so looking inwards, impact or have a positive impact on sustainability goals? Where is the relation there? Because I see a lot of people looking at both topics separately rather than as one. Do you believe we should look at them separately, or do you believe?
No, I actually think it's part of the same challenge. It just has a different timeline. Mm-hmm. What's very interesting, it's hard to get this data in this part of the world, but in the US you can actually get data where you can see what the life expectancies are, where if you will, the healthiest districts are, and you can also see where the higher carbon footprint districts are. And the interesting thing is that if you compare, say, the Back Bay of Boston, which is a very kind of dense mid-rise fabric, you actually have very high life expectancies and a very low carbon footprint at the same time. Now, in that same metropolitan area, if you look out to the west of the city, places like Framingham, you'll find that there's a high carbon footprint and actually a lower life expectancy. So if you create a district where people's living pattern is a fundamentally healthier one, you're actually creating a district which has a lower carbon footprint as well. Okay. So I think in order to really have that correlation between health and sustainability, it's more at the urban scale than at the building scale. But it can be at both scales. But I think the biggest gain is actually at the urban scale, district scale at least.
I agree. A lot of companies, be it asset managers, institutional landlords, look at sustainability and healthier buildings as a costly venture. They believe that there's a lot of investment that needs to be made, but without any clear rewards. In your opinion, how can decarbonization, for example, health and well-being, be turned into an opportunity and economic benefit rather than being looked at as just a cost?
Well, I mean, my own experience, because I've been embracing the well-being dimension of development for decades now, And what I found in a development that I created in Europe, in Poland, starting in 2000, with well-being principles at the heart of it, as well as sustainability principles, we built out over 8 million square meters, so by many measures the largest project in Europe this century so far. But what was interesting is that we were able to shift the way people lived, in that rather than taking their cars 4 or 5 times a day, they were taking their cars 1 or 2 times a day. We were able to significantly impact life expectancy. Turns out that today the life expectancy in that community versus the rest of the city, there's a 12-year delta. In other words, the life expectancy is now 92 years in that community, as opposed to 80, which is the average of the city. And for me, these are the kind of metrics that really matter. Now, to answer your economic question, I can tell you that a lot of investors made a lot of money on that project, because once you create a community which people know is a healthier place, you know, where childhood obesity rate is 10-15% of the rest of the country, it's a license to print money.
Yeah.
So people really gravitate to those places, and we actually built out ahead of schedule. What was planned for 20 years, we built out in 14 because the sales were just so sustained.
A lot of developers may argue that these are benefits that the buyers or investors in the project would reap in the far future, because you need time to share this data to prove that the concept works. How can we make it so that from the initial stage they look at this as an economic benefit to them? Because technically it's the developers that are building the cities around the world, and it's very important for them to believe in this, and it's very important for it to make sense for them financially in order to really take it more seriously. So do you find that it's a hard conversation with developers, or they see it?
You know, the beauty is, if I refer back to that community, it was based on economic principles. And what do I mean? I wanted to save as much money on infrastructure as possible. Normally the road department was asking for 6 lanes of road, or they'd ask for 4, whatever. I'd give them 4 if they asked me for 6. I'd give them 2 if they asked me for 4, because we redid all of our calculations based on the walkability of the community.
Okay.
Because they were assuming, as in most cities today, everyone's going to drive everywhere. But once we actually repositioned that, we were saving an enormous amount of money to make a place that was extraordinarily walkable, that then allowed us to enter a virtuous cycle of a lifestyle that made walking a pleasure, that made kids access to playgrounds much easier. The overall environment was just a safer environment, a more engaging environment. And at the end of the day, it produced a much more efficient building pattern. Another important aspect was that we didn't build very high and we didn't build very low. We actually selected the optimal height in Europe for a building economically, which is 5 or 6 floors. Anything lower is a bit expensive, anything higher is a bit more expensive. So we took that sweet spot economically, which turns out to also be a sweet spot in terms of the wellness of the people, because we found that about half the people actually walk up the stairs to their apartments as opposed to taking an elevator, etc. But it also meant that the parents were comfortable because they could hear their kids in the playground, because they weren't up on the 20th floor. So the 7-year-old kid, 6-year-old kid could go play on their own in the playground because you could still hear them. So, I mean, there are little, if you will, subtleties that are actually essential in getting that kind of community right. But it was also a very economic move. So I don't think there's a contradiction. I think it's just something that you have to finesse, and you have to know your economics just as a basis for making any decision. But once you're good enough with that, then you can actually create and focus really on the well-being of the people.
Interesting.
And at the end of the day, what's more important?
Yeah. Interesting, the amount of details that you go through. We're running out of time. I have one last question for you today, Guy. What are your key challenges that you face when developing a master plan development that is focused on health and sustainability? And does it differ from region to region?
Of course, it does differ, but I think some of the challenges are there have been a lot of regulations put into place over the last decades that actually go counter to making communities that are human-centric. So I've already mentioned the challenges with the road department.
Yes. Road and transport.
Where, in a sense, the road becomes the determining factor of a plan, whereas it should be more the way in which people are going to move around that community, that a child can walk to school, actually should have a choice of multiple schools, not just one school. You know, that was kind of the Soviet microrayon ideas. You ticked all the boxes.
Yeah.
But people want more choice now. So you need to create a more diverse and rich fabric, and that's often something that's a bit challenging when you're dealing with some of the regulatory guidelines that are in place in many of the more contemporary cities. But they're often regulations that are holdovers from the 20th century. So I think it's time to actually make a more substantial shift to allow for more mixed-use communities. And again, I'll come back to this notion of the 10-minute city, and that 10-minute city does not include the use of an automobile.
Yeah.
It means you need to walk it, you need to bike it. But once you do it well, it is extraordinarily profitable for
everybody.
development.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Guy Perry. Thanks a lot for your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the next panel is a very interesting and important topic regarding Vision 2031 and the UAE National Strategy for Wellbeing. I'd like to call upon the stage Saeed Labbar, CEO of ASG, Farah Naz, Director of Innovation and ESG, Middle East and North Africa at ACOM, Mario Saab, Head of Sustainability, Mina Kundal, and the moderator is Haytham Ibrahim, Property Operations Manager at ICD Brookfield.
مش عارف لا it's fine مش مشكلة بكل ستوب واتش That's fine. Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. So before we start, we just want to give a quick brief for our audience regarding the UAE National Wellbeing Strategy. The strategy was announced recently, and it has 4 main principles. Focus on people well-being as a measure of sustainable and tangible societal progress. Adopt a holistic government approach to people's well-being based on integration between different sectors. Define roles and responsibilities for government entities and integrate public, private, people efforts together. Respond to the implication of future and global trends and challenges. So let's start with Saeed. So Saeed, from your point of view, the integration between the government and the private sector, how it should be established in order to assure more delivery of healthy buildings and sustainable buildings and communities? Can you try yours, Farah, if it's working?
Thank you. Firstly, pleasure to be here, and a very good question in terms of the roles of the private and public sector around a new strategy related to healthy buildings. To me, I don't think it's necessarily vastly different to any other strategies, visions around trying to create a change in built environment or infrastructure. The role of the government is really to set the platform, baseline, and be an enabler for the private sector to innovate, move forward and find solutions. And I think what we're seeing from the strategy, it set out the framework for what the government wants to achieve, which is really important because that needs to set the direction for I guess other government departments to follow, but also the private sector and individuals. And really then, the role of the private sector is really to drive the innovation and to achieve that. So, I mean, to give the reference on the journey that sort of sustainable buildings have gone through and the role of public and private sector on that, the government set out, what we need to achieve. These are the targets, these are the goals. The private sector innovates, adapts, develop solutions to that. Those get captured again by the government to embed back into sort of strategies, policies and regulations. And I see that cycle continuing in this regard as well.
Great. So do you see that the framework is already on the track and there are some achievement happening regarding the integration between both?
Definitely. I think when you see, and again, I've been involved in various government working groups and committees around setting new strategies or policies or regulations. And what you often see is these new strategies, policies and regulations that come through, effectively is that one of the first things you look at is how do you capture progress and best practice. If you look at the spectrum through industry, anything the government releases globally around a new regulation, a new strategy, a new framework, it's never something that hasn't been done before. Because traditionally, the role of government is to set the platform. What is best practice? Let's enable that. So a lot of what's being spoken about, written about, and captured in these strategies is being achieved by the what you can call the sort of market leaders and those that are developing and implementing best practice. And really the role of a strategy and regulation from there is what's the top 5% of the market doing? What are they achieving? How do we make sure that the rest of the 95% of the market and industry follow? And I think very much when you review this document, there's nothing in there that's never been achieved before, which is important because otherwise if you set that, it causes a lot of confusion and panic in the sector.
Yeah. I'm happy that there are a lot of progress happening actually on the ground, and this doesn't end without any challenges. So Farah, can you tell us about the challenges when you look at designing a building or a community, considering the healthy aspects and sustainability aspects?
Thank you for the question. So when we design climate-sensitive buildings, we look at how to integrate climate in terms of passive design, comfortable design into our buildings. And I think today you got a good glimpse that we are doing quite well on this. But I want to take a step back. We are in the middle of a climate and biodiversity emergency. That means the global climate is changing. This summer I was in Rome, and 2 particular days in Rome was hotter than Dubai. Those 2 days, and I think many people experience this. So as the climate changes, we need to start looking at how to make our buildings more comfortable, which we are doing quite well, but we also need to think about what's happening outside of the building, spaces in between buildings. Guy, who was in the previous panel, talked about some really good principles and the city of Medina, which is a really good example to learn from, and City Walk here in Dubai, to understand as cities grow, buildings overshadow each other, and there is a way of understanding the public realm design and how to increase comfortable spaces. I think Expo was a good example. There was quite a good public realm walkability design was incorporated. So I think the question about climate and how do we address climate in terms of design is changing. Right now there's a lot of innovative solutions out there and a lot of good designers out there who are thinking outside the box. The way we used to design buildings 10, 20 years ago is going to change rapidly, especially with the effects of climate change, effects of technology, effects of the new younger generation. So understanding how incorporating climate in a positive way, both inside of our buildings and exterior, is quite important. And I think that answers your question, because there's a lot of opportunities and solutions. And I think all the challenges we face here and in other climatic solutions like this can be converted into good opportunities.
Yeah, that's great. That's great that there is a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of solutions which available within the market that we can adopt in order to overcome those obstacles. And when talking about challenges, there is always a bright part on the market and the industry. And this question for you, Mario, if you can give us an overview, how you find the movement taking place within the market on the healthy and sustainable buildings, looking at both new developments and also the existing buildings.
Thank you, Haitham, and pleasure to be here. I'm going to actually talk a bit about the commercial aspect because the easier part is to talk about how convenient are the healthy strategies and everything else, but usually the tricky part is the commercial part. So let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is always the commercial side. How much does it make sense, to go for these kinds of healthy design strategies, whether for new or existing? So definitely from an investment point of view, there is a compelling business case there. I'm going to tell you why. From one hand, recently the increased demand for buildings to go for healthy strategies and to achieve more robust health and well-being standards and regulations is definitely there. And you can see it from the internal policies and the internal regulations that is there in every single tenant or company or organization that is not just now looking for, the conventional no smoking policy or, the conventional kind of internal policies for health and well-being. They are definitely going more and more towards the more advanced kinds of specific healthy and specific regulations that tackle everything that I think beyond 2020 is more obvious to everyone now. Because I think 2020 by itself was definitely a pivotal year for everyone out there. People started to focus more on indoor environmental quality and the different factors that affect this, and whether residents or commercial tenants, they're looking more and more now towards healthy workplaces. So when you as a developer, even you as ICD Brookfield, when you are offering your tenants this infrastructure that is allowing them to be aligned with their own sustainability policy, health and well-being policies, you will definitely have a differentiator over other developers. So from a business point of view, it's definitely compelling. It raises and increases the value of your asset as a building. You are future-proofing your building as well for not just the climate change, but also anything that comes with the indoor environmental quality challenges. And of course, at the same time, if you look at it from an insurance point of view, from an insurance market point of view, you're also enjoying a lower insurance risk for your developments. Now, of course, existing buildings is a more challenging thing, but we are seeing more and more now existing buildings, because they want to attract the tier 1 and the tier 2 tenants, they want to focus on not just sustainability, but also health and well-being strategies. This is from one end. From the other end, and I think this was also discussed many times during the day, if you look at the studies from all of the research centers, the universities, talking about the strong link between offering a healthy workplace and increasing the productivity. So you can go up to 20% increase in productivity from focusing on the different factors that are aligned with indoor environmental quality, acoustics, human comfort, temperature, and we're actually also seeing this because of the increased amount of RFPs that we're getting as a consultancy related to indoor air quality testing, acoustics testing, etc., so that you can actually more or less future-proof your existing asset so that you can attract these kinds of younger generations, as Farah actually said. And these younger generation, I think also they're questioning more and more now the healthy workplaces, and is your organization actually a good place to work in, regardless of the other typical kind of questions.
Yeah, it's really great listening at insights from three of you, giving me the feeling that there are more responsibility and a lot of things that we really need to consider. And let's go back and dive deeper into the UAE National Wellbeing Strategy. Within the strategy, there were specific 9 strategic objectives, From your perspective, which one of them you find it more challenging and which one you feel like it's more feasible and achievable within those strategic objectives? Should we start with you, Farah?
So the 11 objectives that's mentioned on the strategy, if we take a deep dive into them, we find that many of them are already being adopted in many of the buildings. But what the strategy provides is a framework that brings everything together, which is fantastic. Now, I couldn't find one that I can say this is very difficult to achieve, because everything is about health, well-being, and the future generation. But there's one particular strategy which really struck me. It talks about life skills, developing good life skills, and I think that's so important for our future generation. Because the generations we're leaving ahead of us, they have to battle climate change in a different way that we are battling today. So those strategies, and for future generation, I think the well-being strategy kind of brings together a framework. And especially as Dubai, we want to become the happiest city, the most sustainable city.
Exactly.
So adopting the strategy as part of our public sector, private sector for all sorts of buildings, I think it would really create a very good framework. There's another strategy that talks about the digitization and monitoring and tracking. I think that's very important. If we can't monitor anything, track anything, it's very hard to measure success. So it's good to have that tracking part of that strategy, because we can measure ourselves where we are in 5 to 10 years' time. So I think all of them are possible. We're already working on it. The idea is how to go beyond it and make it more day-to-day conversation, because awareness, knowledge, education is so important in this kind of conversation.
Yeah, and this takes us to that. One of the principles is that there should be a proper integration and drafted roles and responsibilities between the different entities, from government, private sector, and also people's efforts was identified as one of the entities. Saeed, from your point of view within the 9 strategic objectives.
I'll start with maybe just overall my sort of observation around the challenges of implementation, and then maybe one specific sort of aspect which I see as also challenging. I mean, I've been involved in a number of national strategies, probably the UAE Vision 2021, which over 12 years ago we worked on. And, you know, a big challenge with that, and particularly with any national vision, is it's set at that federal, high-level, national sort of level, through the Prime Minister's office, a particular instance. And you're relying on, say, 50, 60 government departments to cascade that implementation through. So it's really challenging getting all of those aligned, all the implementation, all the metrics to report back up and down, monitor, report, etc. And then the level below that is you then need to get the private sector, how those objectives cascade through. Because the strategy is great on its own, but unless you get all those stakeholders involved, aligned, and you're tracking, reporting, monitoring all the way through, it doesn't get achieved. With this particular strategy vision, when you're talking about people's life skills, talking about positive mindsets, talking about active lifestyles, you then also go a level below that, and you're actually going down to the individual. Because without the participation, engagement, and ownership of the strategy by the individual, you know, the private sector and government departments can do, you know, all the things. We can set up cycle paths. We can create a private sector, you know, startup can come and create the, you know, bikes for rent and all these aspects. But if people don't use it, then that benefit isn't achieved. So I think a real challenge here is actually that engagement piece of engaging all the way down to the individual. And it's not just, you know, oh, let's get, you know, people in the workplace involved. You're talking about children, elderly, citizens, non-citizens, tourists. It's sort of cross-sectoral. So this is a really ambitious and very sort of forward-thinking strategy, and I think that's going to be a particularly key success factor. The second part, which to me is also going to be a challenge, is the role of the digital aspect, and that's, I guess, one particular objective within this. And when you talk about health and wellness, obviously digital aspects can enable it. It can make better access to job opportunities, better access to health and wellness and everything else. But, you know, the big elephant in the room is that the digital world is also what's contributing a lot to people's mental health issues, about unhappiness, families not having those connections, friends not being connected and having that human contact. And I think when we're talking about health and wellness, mental well-being, we also need to be careful of that double-edged sword with the digital aspect. That yes, it's there to enable, but it's not there to sort of actually create divides between sort of human contact. And I think that's something quite key in achieving those goals.
Yeah, I totally agree about the crucial part related to the strategic cascading. And because of the strategy was set in a vertical and horizontal way, that it makes it not that easy to be implemented. And I believe how this will reflect through the entire entities in order to assure that every single one involved in this to be able to deliver what is expected. And what, from your perspective, Mario, on the strategic objectives within the strategy?
Well, I think already Farah and Said, tackled many important issues. But I would say, going back to the individual part that Said talked about, I think one of the very challenging strategies is the mental well-being, because from a physical well-being point of view, and there is also one strategy regarding promoting active and healthy lifestyle, which I think is very much achievable, because especially with the recent initiatives, whether on the individual case or even on the the public figures case. I mean, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan every now and then calls for marathons, Dubai runs, etc. And this is one of the very simple initiatives, but that has a very big effect at the level of Dubai City overall. When it comes to mental well-being, I think this is going to be the most challenging one, because I mean, we shouldn't forget that we're living in a city that, first, most of the people are expats, they're away from home, they have very high living expenses, there's many things that add up to their daily stress, I would say. So this is part of how you can actually tackle this issue, aside from the fact that if you're laid out of your company or your job, it's also an additional stress on you. Now, of course, it's very nice to hear about the recent UAE unemployment visa, which I think gives a very good push towards the overall mental well-being of people and removes a bit of the stress. But still, I think this part is going to be very challenging moving forward. Another strategy that also caught my attention was the connected communities, because I think in Dubai, there's still a lack of, let's say, the proper definition of communities, at the level of cities. Even you could be, living in an apartment in a 40-story tower, you don't even know any one of your neighbors, let alone, the whole street or the whole neighborhood. So when it comes to connected communities and this social cohesion, I think this is something extremely challenging to reach. Of course, when you talk about new developments, and many gentlemen already previously tackled this, it's very important to always take this into account. How to make sure that you're not just building units, developments, you're also building a community. So you have this social interaction between the different people living there in this community. You have a central community center. You have the different assets that allow for this social cohesion. It's challenging, but it's definitely achievable. It's going to take some time, but I think this is something to always keep in mind.
I'm glad, Mario, that you touched base on our last question on the panel today related to our focus on commercial buildings and what's happening on the residential buildings and the communities. So that was your point of view. Just lastly, if you can listen to commercial versus residential from you, Farah and Said, and close the panel today. Yes.
I think the conversation, health and well-being is about value creation and value generation. The conversation we had today is very much detailed about that. And as owners, occupiers, we really need to come forward and make the story. What's the story we're creating for our future generation?
You wanna have some water more? Sorry. Are you okay to continue?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. It's the cough. So we are creating a legacy for the future generation. And I think we must remember that the decisions we're making today is creating a blueprint for our future generation. So understanding the commercial aspects, the business case of sustainability and the value creation is so important. There are lots of studies globally, and I think yet in this region we need to develop a few more commercial case studies and tell the story in a very nice way to inspire. Because leading by example and seeing other people's doing it creates a positive competition, and I think that will shift the market and the thinking, because it's a mindset shift. I think a few years now we might have the same conversation and we might talk about brilliant case studies of how the commercialization of health and well-being has reached the epitome.
Agree.
Yes.
Agree, totally agree.
And globally it's happening, and here it's just about to happen. We just need to come together and have those case studies in front of us.
And we need to enforce it and actually motivate it. So commercial versus residential side. When you look at the residential buildings, do you think that there is still a gap from the industry? You need to focus on the residential buildings from well-being perspective.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree, and I think when you talk about sustainability or well-being, there is still a gap between residential and commercial. Commercial is definitely leading the way, and it's something we do need to tackle, and it's a very simple reason. You know, the decision, decisions to rent an office space or purchase an office space in the commercial space is being done by commercial real estate teams, professionals in that space, and that's their job to select a good office space, and they're aware of what's the sustainability metric, what's the well-being metric, quality metrics. Whereas if you take the residential sector, it's done by individuals who don't have access to that information. They're not from that sort of training, that background, and we really need to bridge that gap. We just need to make the decision making simple. We need to make sure there's standardized metrics which are used across the industry for people to make those informed decisions. Be able to provide that information in a clear, transparent way so that tenants, people in the residential sector, whether it's home buyers or tenants, can make decisions based on transparent, auditable, correct information rather than through marketing information. Yeah. I think that's key, and there is a gap, and it has been there on the sustainable building or net zero building space as well. But I think there's enough tools now that we can cascade it through, whether it's through rating schemes that Delos provide, whether it's through metrics that the government's providing disclosure on from the land department, star ratings and things like that. But a key thing is making sure that we're able to provide very clear, simple information to that sector.
Yeah, I believe the movement is happening and moving more into the residential part, which I believe that it will be for the benefit of our families and everyone living in Dubai and UAE. I would like to thank you so much for your valuable insights today. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Saeed. Next one. Thank you. We'd like to thank everyone for sticking with us today. We have the last, before the last panel of the day, just going to do the setup. Sorry? And now I'd like to call Mr. Paul Shala, founder CEO of Delos, founder of the International Wellbeing Institute, and Mr. Anas Qasim, Managing Director, Stantec Middle East, to sign an MOU on the alignment on advancing the healthy building movement. Okay. For the final panel of the day, we're just going to do the quick setup. Leo? We have a special note from Stantec, a member of the global team that was supposed to be with us here today, but Kena had to record this from Canada, and she is from Stantec's global team. So she has a quick video that we're going to show as it relates to their commitment.
At Stantec, we put people first, which means sustainability and healthy future are key to our purpose, promise, and values. We design environments to support human resilience, health, and wellness while delivering value through life cycle cost analysis and reducing consumption of energy and carbon. Our team consults and designs at every scale of built, natural, and organizational environment. Our technical specialists are at the forefront of innovation to help communities predict and plan for climate change, enhance biodiversity and environmental health, provide social value, develop economic opportunities, and create a sense of place and well-being. To support these efforts, Stantec is actively engaged with the International Well-Building Institute, IWBI, programs to ensure employees are leaders in the health and wellness, and our projects meet the benchmarks around practices that promote well-being. Thank you. At Stantec, we put people first.
Thank you. So for the final panel of the day, the impact of health and sustainability across government, commercial, residential, and hospitality. Can we do the setup, guys? So I can call them up on the stage. Yeah, that would be good. I agree. I agree. Perfect. So I'd like to call up on the stage Sawatif Al-Suwaidi, CEO of Happiness and Wellbeing Council at Dubai Police, Mr. Khalid Anib, CEO of Abu Dhabi National Hotels, Mr. Samer Zabian, Director, Residential and Commercial Property at Al Futtaim Group, Mr. Jalil Mikwar, Founder and CEO of Innovate Technology, and the panel will be moderated by Farah Yassin, Team Leader, Sustainability, Resilience and ESG at GHD. Please.
Technical problems always at the end of the day. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time today, our panelists. I think we've heard quite a lot about how organizations have been successfully implementing health and well-being in their organizations, and we're very keen to hear from our panelists today. It's quite a diverse panel, so it is really across sectors. And Awatif, I wanted to start with you. You've given quite a comprehensive presentation on how Dubai Police has embedded health and well-being and safety across not only Dubai Police operations, but also for the employees, the people, the visitors. And so instead of asking you how did you do it, because I think you've already told us in detail, which was quite impressive, I wanted to ask you what was the value? So what if you're communicating to other government entities, why would you recommend that health and well-being is incorporated in their ESG strategies?
Thanks, Farah. Good afternoon again. Just regarding the well-being and health and why we concentrate on it. To be honest, it's not just one of the vision for any organization. It should be for the city and country. And as we said, when we said about well-being and health, we want the city to be, first of all, happy. Second, resilience. When I said resilience, we are ready for any crisis and any, let's say, things that happening on the city. The third, sustainability. Sustainability, as you know, there is a sustainable goals that all countries, they are following it. Part of it, I remember that the second goal, it's a health and well-being. So this is the most important things of well-being that we have to concentrate on. Let's go to the level of the organization and cooperation. Well-being internally, it's linked to the successful of the organization. So when we introduce the well-being internally, we make sure that the organization and the organization, it is, let's say, success, productive, and have achieved pioneer level in all globally and internally. So for that reason, it's very important things that we have to concentrate on.
Thank you, and I think it's, as some of the panelists before said, like it's about time we start talking about health and well-being, and it's really nice to hear that actually it made a huge impact. So moving to the hospitality sector, Khalid, what are some recent innovations that you've incorporated into your hotels to make them healthier, not only for your guests, but also for your employees who are sometimes forgotten in hospitality sectors?
Thank you. Look, the well-being of employees or guests, I think we need first to define the well-being, because it might differ from person to person, from employee to employee, and from guest to guest. But in general, if we focus on the employees, so of course one of the main is the wellness. And for that in the hotels, currently there are a lot of initiatives that are is established and put in place by the international operators that do manage these hotels. And they always have a holistic approach that starts from the physical, the mental, and also the emotion side of the employee. And this is very important, and there is a positive correlation between the well-being of the employee and the satisfaction of the guests. Now, from the guest side, we have recently seen demand on the quality and the well-being from customers, and again, that goes through wellness, but not only the wellness that is limited to the spa and to some yoga programs in the hotel, but also to the design of the room, the quality of air in the room, the antibacteria that is today is really, there is a demand on this type of products. So we as owners and developers, we embrace all the initiatives that will turn these hotels into wellness, and usually these initiatives are usually presented by these operators that do manage on our behalf.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's really interesting that you said health and well-being means different things to different sectors, and I think that is very accurate in how to apply them. But also knowing that there is customer awareness as well, so it's driven by demand. So maybe it's no longer a choice. So that was really interesting. Samir, moving on to residential and commercial. How have you seen the demand, and how have you been incorporating health and well-being within the Al Futtaim portfolio?
Thank you, Farah. طبعا, thank you all. Applause for the 10% who stayed to listen to us, يعني, especially Akh Marwan and Dr. Mansour. For us in Festival City or Al Futtaim, it's been a journey that is built on that wellness. Anybody that visited the city knows we're lucky. When I managed that properties, it was an ease of target. People, our residents, stay with us and are retained, and even at above market because of what we have. The wellness is embedded into that city. From the schools right next to you, so you see the people in the morning walking their dogs, and then you see their children walking to their schools. You see the parents going to do the gym and then to do the run near the water. It was in the Festival Tower. It's built in a way that it's the wellness of the employees is embedded into that building. You want to have your lunch, you're able to walk into the mall, you want to walk around, you want to do a run. We do have a lot of activations as well, from the Santa runs, from many things that encourage our tenants and our employees to go around and enjoy the city. When we focus on the wellness of the visitors as a city in comprehensive, and then we start to talk about the visitors of the mall, and our team is engaged with a centralized command center that work together with our commercial, residential facility management, to the team and to the property management. So it's a well-coordinated structure that allows us to have it on ease to provide that wellness to our visitors across the city. That's why it was easy to obtain the certificate on Festival Tower, and our journey is never going to stop. We don't consider ourselves experts, but we continue to learn and benchmark. Now, one thing I have to highlight is we're lucky in Dubai. We have the resources, we have the capabilities, we have the know-how, we have the skills. One thing that is usually missing is the willingness to do this. And in Dubai, it's the government that benchmarks and drives you to do that, unlike any other place. When we hear the Dubai Police initiatives, or when we hear RERA and Land Department's initiatives, they're ahead of the game. They're even ahead of, like they said, we walked the talk. They started with their building, then the others. When I saw the announcement at Land Department as they're getting that certification, immediately, where do we stand? So they really push you and push the bar much higher. So we're proud of being part of the Dubai story. Dubai Festival City is always eager to continue to learn. One of the things I have to highlight, and I really challenge it, and it's one thing we're very proud of, is what's going to come. We build a new project the design from the beginning, and that's something that was our colleague Guy was talking about, one of the projects. One of our residential communities that will be coming up soon, it's called Al-Badia Terraces. It's built on how the wellness of the tenants would be. What would a child need? What would a mother need? What would a person who wants to work from that place need? And we included all the components into that building in details. This is something that we would be proud to, once it's launched, and it's in the construction stage, when it's completed, it would be a showcase. I don't think anything has something with those components in mind as much as we've done it. And we've engaged the several consultants that were also on the panel, on different panels from ESG to others, to really ensure that we have the best of the mark on our communities. So we're very proud of it.
Thank you. That's really interesting, and thank you for sharing about the new development. I think just someone who's been in the industry here for a while, it's always been, we never talked about health and well-being. So now it's really inspirational to see that you have based a development on that. And just going back to the support of the Dubai government, I mean, it's how it's been through many different aspects, and health and well-being is one of them. But it's also a grassroots movement within Dubai. I think there is this double-sided, it's a top-down, but also grassroots. And talking about how health and well-being now kind of became almost as a demand rather than a nice-to-have. Obviously, it has really impacted the ESG agenda. So, Jalil, speaking of ESG, and obviously health and well-being is part of the S, the social and ESG, how has the increased importance of ESG impacted the way you advise your clients? And what are some of the strategies that you would recommend to hospitality sectors?
Yeah, thank you. I think well-being is really part of the E and the S and the G. It's more evident in the S, absolutely, but also it's also very prevalent in other components. Today, for example, in some markets like the US, but others around the world, those companies that can prove and showcase that they adhere to ESG standards, and there's quite a few of them out there, there's not a huge amount of standardization yet, they actually can get special interest rates from banks, and they can get some investment funds that will only invest in ESG-driven organizations. And hotel operators and investors are aware of that. So there's been a growing element, or growing emphasis on the importance of ESG. And that starts with the employees and the guests as well. There's also a lot of guests today, newer generation, but also our generation, that would make their decisions on their travel decisions based on if the property that they would be booking into would have, are applying ESG principles. So my advice and recommendation to owners and operators alike is not only to, I won't say greenwash the ESG principles, but be true to your principles and really look at what really matters for your guests and your employees. And as Khalid was mentioning in the hotels, it can go very far, but you can also take baby steps and get there gradually. Talking about Delos, the Delos Well program that is implemented also in hotels, and people are willing to pay a premium to stay in floors or rooms that are actually improving or helping to improve their well-being, and that investors, again, I was once anecdotally, but very recently talking to an investor. The first question in the first 2 minutes of our conf call, it was a West Coast-based investor. First thing he said, "What are you doing about ESG?" The first thing. Fortunately, I was a little prepared, but otherwise there's no conversation, and there's plenty of actually funds that are literally just ESG. I mean, the first condition, even before talking to them, is that. So I would say to any investor that today ESG is not an option. It's a must, and build that into your sort of your principles from the get-go, rather than backpedal and try to show that you're a good student, so to speak. And I would tell also all the operators, being hospitality operators or third-party operators, to embrace that as well and be true to there's so many things they can do with the community, with the employees, with the way they utilize the wastage, the no plastic thing, the air filtration, the water filtration. There is a bazillion things to do. Set up the priorities and just do that wholeheartedly, because it has a massive return on investment, if it's not only for the planet and the people of this planet. If those who only look at the bottom line and the paycheck, that has a return as well.
Thank you for highlighting that. I mean, money makes the world go around, and as you just said, it's really the finance sector that is now pushing the ESG agenda across corporates. So a general question to all panelists, hopefully to inspire people in the little audience that we have left. If there's anyone in the audience who's thinking of starting their ESG or health and well-being journey within their corporate, within their organization, what are some lessons learned? Or what are like first steps that you would recommend from your point of view, from your journey within your organization?
Call Delos.
What else?
I just want to say something. To start with the well-being and health journey, it's not an easy journey. From my perspective, first of all, we should know exactly what we are talking about, and we should put an objective why we should make well-being and consider as a well-being. It's one of the top achievement or goal for us. So to start with, each organization or each company have different, needs. So, for example, let's say as a Dubai police, our officer actually go through stress work. So for that reason, we should think about the well-being for them, because we keep saying there are our heroes in order to make the city and the country safe. So for that reason, this is the concentration from our for the well-being itself, to see exactly what we are looking for. Top management should support us. To be honest, now the government is support us. When it's come to the top management and supporting us, it's helped us a lot. Third, I can say that some people thought that mental health, well-being, it was shame to talk about. No, it's not a shame, because we are not talking about something that it is shame to say that I'm under stress or I don't have a life balance between my work and between my family. No. We have to say it. We should all help each other in order to go forward. And to be honest, there is a thing that we're saying that we don't want our employees to burn out. So for that reason, we introduce the mental resilience for them in order to be ready for any events and any supporting the safety and security aspect on the city itself.
Yeah, my advice would be start somewhere. It's not complicated, but the most important is communication among yourselves, among employees, among the tenants, among the other for commercial properties, among the other tenants and their staff. The most important, like the business excellence, it has to become a way of life. And it's an ongoing journey. It's not a one-time, it's not a one day, it's not a 1 month mission. It becomes a way of life as a corporate. And it needs to be cascaded up or down. So your frontline employees needs to realize that you care and you are walking the talk, and your top management needs to really sell that idea and be confident and be committed to it genuinely. And for us, I mean, again, I'll repeat it, we are lucky at Al Futtaim. It is a way of life. It's because the brand name is linked to itself, the owners themselves, the stakeholders, they care. So it's never difficult to get an approval to spend and invest heavily in enhancing something that does not have a return of investment. It's not always what is the dollar that is coming out of it. It's what value am I getting in 10 years or 20 years, and it is acceptable. You could get to build a building that does not have a return immediately or a short term because it's something that you're looking for long term. We're willing to spend right now something that adds a lot of sport elements into the city, and it wasn't about how much of return it has, it's how much it will enhance the community around the city itself. So it's that culture that has to be embedded, otherwise you'll never be successful in that journey.
Sorry, did you want to, Khalid, did you want to?
I mean, just the wellness, there is a cost that is associated to this, to the wellness. But when you think about what you want to achieve, which is ultimately the happiness of whether employees or your guests, so that cost can be absorbed and can be justified. The guest, as Jalil mentioned, there is a return on investment when you apply those measures into the hotel, and you can create a wellness room or wellness corridors or wellness floors. So that will enable you eventually to sell higher and tend to get to upside. Now for the employees, that's again, it's a holistic approach. It's mental, physical, and emotion, and that also include career development and others, and that will, you know, bring happy employees, and again, happy employees means happy customers.
Thank you very much. I think we're unfortunately out of time, but that's a really good note to close on. So start your journey, and the ROI, it's not only ROI, there's also social return on investment and other things that come with an ESG journey. I'd like to thank you all for your time, and thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to sincerely apologize. I made a mistake. We have the last panel of the day, and I promise it is the last one of the day. And we appreciate and thank everyone for actually being with us today. It's a very important topic and a good one. Well-being in education. And I would like to call up on the stage Mr. Omar Khan, General Manager, Sustainability and Smart Cities at Honeywell. Mr. Ala Ahmed, Facilities and Services Senior Manager at HBMSU, and the moderator, Professor Awinu Afus, and I hope I'm saying it right, Awuni Awufusu, Professor and Program Chair, School of Environmental Studies at HBMSU. And then right after this, we're going to be recognizing all the companies that have aligned with WELL, and again, we thank you guys for sticking around with us.
Thanks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this session on technology-enabled well-being in higher education. which is being organized mainly by Amdan bin Mohammed Smart University as part of this forum. I want to thank Mr. Tika Salim for his amiability and excellent coordination of this forum. And I also want to apologize for the absence of one of the panelists, Dr. Mohammed, who is unavoidably absent due to an accident. The late British Prime Minister said about 79 years ago that first we shape our buildings and thereafter they shape us. Dubai, especially in UAE, has gifted the world some of the most spectacular contemporary buildings, not least the awesome venue that we are having this forum at. But our buildings also shape us. They decide or influence how long we live. Out of the study by the previous panelist guy from in Boston, they shape our lifestyles, how often and how far we walk. They shape our susceptibility to violence. So that's how important the built environment is becoming today. And we should note that when it comes to urban development, the communities that are growing, that's the most dominant trend in addition to the built environment with regards to demographic change over the past 5 decades. We're increasingly urbanized, and therefore the urban settings are where many of us spend, as you heard from previous speakers, up to 97% of our lives, of our entire lives. So the influence of this on our health and well-being is becoming increasingly profound. Universities are unique forms of built environments because they are built simultaneously for learning, for living, and for working. You've got university staff, you've got students, you've got researchers, and all these are meant to happen in the, at least erstwhile, bricks and mortar settings that we've commonly associated universities with. And the idea of having a wellness component to these activities is fairly recent, and we can see the deficits in the way university education was disrupted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our esteemed panelists will be discussing aspects of wellness and how they may be optimized to enhance the quality of university education, not only within the UAE, but also regionally and globally. There's a question I prepared for Dr. Mohammed Al-Jaradin, and with permission, I'll just want to say the question and answer it so that at least we make up for his absence somewhat. The question was related to the fact that universities are becoming increasingly technology enabled. We always tend to look at technology from when it comes to well-being, from a negative angle. And Mr. Said, in the session before the last, talked about the double-edged sword of digital products in enhancing well-being. I can't agree more. So the question was for Dr. Muhammad to look at some of the positive aspects that we can look at, that we can focus on to improve health and well-being. Because whether we like it or not, technology in higher education is here to stay. And the way I will answer that will be to look at how we can address this at the individual level as well as at the population level as university authorities and as learners in higher education. At the individual level, there are three aspects. There is the self-care, using apps, so you are still using technology. There is ergonomics, how you really manage your online learning at home, not sitting on the bed and expecting not to have a backache in the end. And there's also etiquette of online use, in particular social media use. So those things need to be addressed at the individual level. At the population level, there is a great need for developing a wellness culture in higher education settings. It's not just the programs, we really need to have a culture where for everyone, whether it is staff or contractors or learners, that is how we do things here every day. It's not something that is seen as something extraordinary. It should just be part of the routines. We also need to enhance the University Health Service. The University Health Service that I know, studying at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, was more reactive and more medical. It was more of a pathogenic response. With wellness, you need a salutogenic response. And that's something that needs to be incorporated into the way we care for learners. A previous study in the United Kingdom showed 18,000 students, a nationally representative sample of 18,000 students. About 25% experienced wellness, mental health issues. This was a study conducted in 2020 during following COVID-19 disruptions. So, and the last point with regards to what we can do at population level is what I can call campus renewal, both at the bricks and mortar level of physical university structures, as well as online. There are many things we can do to incorporate wellness activities that would help us to assure better learning so that we don't have a quarter of our students experiencing mental health problems that will definitely affect their learning. Change management is very important. If you are moving from physical to online, you need to manage that change well, especially for younger learners, who may find it overwhelming. So that's the response I was expecting. So let's get started. And I'll start with my colleague, Mr. Omar Khan. Mr. Omar Khan, yeah, we were looking for him until the last minute when he came. Alhamdulillah. So Mr. Khan is Senior Manager for Sustainability, Smart Cities, and Technologies at the Honeywell Building Institute for the MENA region. So he will be telling us about some of the technology aspects that Honeywell has introduced over the past 50 years. This is a multinational company, I first got introduced informally to Honeywell in Sydney when you took on the IT work for Fiona Stanley Hospital, where I worked briefly before going to Australia. So I'm a bit familiar with some of your work. So we want to, but in this case we are focusing on higher education. If you can, within 3 minutes, tell us what Honeywell is doing.
I've got my mic. So probably if you're going to answer this question also, you'll get 6 minutes, right? But I'll take my 3 minutes. Yeah. So again, and this we're talking primarily in the context of the pandemic that the world just went through, right? So and when that all started early 2020, I think like with many companies, Honeywell also sort of took and went after this challenge with breakneck speed. So our R&D, our scientists, our researchers all went ahead to find what could be a more holistic solution which could address this pandemic challenge that the world was facing. It was bringing the world to a complete halt. The focus in this primarily area was when we look at the background, and some of that you touched upon, that like you rightly mentioned, 90% of our lives is spent within buildings, right? And you talked about Dubai. Just talking about Dubai, there are 34,000 buildings in Dubai, right? So the environment inside a building actually has a very, very profound impact on the lives of all of us, right? So if may it be in education, like we're going to touch upon, may it be in any other circumstance, in one way or the other, and somebody like me is always in a building, right? So of course my wife wants me to be more on the field and run and gym, but probably that's not happening, right? As you can see. So what Honeywell came forward with was, we thought that, okay, so what are the key criteria that we need to establish to make sure that we are addressing the challenge in the right way? So we set up a healthy building score, which was a metric which measured what are the key areas that need to be addressed to make sure that the occupant safety is maintained. Right? And in that context, we created a scorecard which is 0 to 100, which accounts for things like space utilization, level of pollutants in the inside environment, and overall safety and overall well-being of the building occupants. I won't go into too much detail, I just have 3 minutes. And in that context, this Honeywell, as you would all be aware, is primarily at heart a controls company and a sensors company. So that gives us an edge to come up with products which could really measure and then connect them to a platform, an IoT platform, which is based on a technology which we call Forge, which gives real-time data, right? It not only creates the inventory of the current situation, but moving forward, it gives real-time data of how a certain area or a space is performing in terms of this 0 to 100 healthy building metric, right? And of course, the third part of this technology comes with the technology which ensures, like for example, UV, which neutralizes bacteria and viruses, that ensures that whatever is inside the building is neutralized so that the healthy environment is maintained inside a built infrastructure. I'm very happy to add over here that Hamdan University shared a vision, and Dr. Mansoor especially had this vision, which sort of immediately when you come up with a new technology, the first thing is to find that trailblazer mentality or pioneer mentality, which holds your hand and says that, hey, sounds good, I'll adopt it. And these early movers are the people who really have the vision. And Hamdan University held our hand. We went on to implement it over there. And from an education sector perspective, it was one of the first, or maybe, still probably, one of the main places where in such a holistic way, such a technology has been implemented. So thank you so much, Hamdan University, for giving us that opportunity. It all started with having a lot of collective in-depth brainstorming sessions where we exchanged notes to figure out, because it was early days, right? Everyone was establishing what it actually was, that what are the key parameters, what are the usages of various space areas, because knowing the facility is also very, very important in addressing it, right? And then moving forward with this program, and it's continuously expanding it, as Allah probably might, sort of expand on when his turn comes. So I think, again, first, creating the metric. Second, having real-time data. Third, UV and the other technologies, electronic air cleaners, etc., which made sure that the indoor air quality is maintained. And last but not the least, the preventive side of it, where we ensured through thermal cameras, through mask detection, etc., and space utilization impact, social distancing, etc., was also measured and monitored through the same technology. So it was a complete holistic solution which ensured that the students and the personnel who are going to be within the university campus are going to be safe, sound, and continue to be safe, sound in today's environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umar. We will, Mr. Engineer Allah will follow up on some of those issues that you have raised. So, Engineer Allah, we know that HBMSU is the first university in UAE to achieve a health safety rating from the Delos International Well Building Institute. Can you provide us with 3 unique features at the UAE campus, whether it is physical or online, that you feel made this award justified? Thank you.
In terms to explain what we did at HBMSU, just if you allow me, I will not be long speech, it will be for short speech. But we are the only campus, we prove you can convert a complete conventional building to a real smart AI-based building. And we embed it with all of these technology standards, and we start talking deep about how we implement the complete standard of well inside of our algorithm and the criteria. In this terminology, when we collaborate with Honeywell or with Delos, achieving these 2 rates, from Delos' perspective, it gives us a science-based certification to say what we're doing is right. The criteria we following, it's matching, the air quality levels, all of these points, it's not said by Ala as the FM manager of the building or Honeywell as the technology provider, actually from third-party certified entity to saying what you're doing, it's right for your team. Now, second thing, achieving these certification combined with technology, it actually allows us, one of the only universities, we've been allowed to do physical exams at our campus because we are having the well tag, using the technology of Honeywell, monitoring all of these people, our examination period being piece of cake. We have no implementation, no complication out of it. So I do believe this is, in short, what we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Allah. We are very proud of our partnership, long-term partnership with both Delos and Honeywell. These are 2 giants in the industry when it comes to the built environment. In conclusion, I just want to add that when it comes to university campuses and well-being, we actually need to look at 3 aspects. We need to look at the building technologies that will optimize wellness. We need to look at the learning technologies, both physical and online, that will optimize wellness. And importantly, increasingly important, we need to look at the health technologies that will optimize wellness. During the COVID-19 pandemic, about 3 apps were developed specifically for tertiary education students that have been downloaded millions, tens of millions of times. One of them that I know of is the Calm app, and it's actually helped with the self-care. So these are health technologies. We should not look at the other over-focus on the other edge of the sword, that technology, Facebook causes mental health problems. There are also ways in which we can put technology to good use. And on this note, I want to thank our panelists for their very valuable insights into this topic. And thank you, the audience, for staying there.
Yeah, we'll just take off the setup. Yep. This is the last time. Great. What is that? I think someone forgot their phone from the panelists or the moderators. أنت بس. Yeah. Hamdani. Again, thank you so much for sticking around for this long day, and appreciate everyone's patience. Now we're going to be recognizing some of the leading Middle East and North African organizations that have committed to incorporating some of the different standards and technologies, and have committed to well across their buildings and communities. So I would like to call up on the stage His Excellency Marwan bin Ghleta, Mr. Mohammed bin Hamad, Mr. Ahmed Al-Hamdani, and then we're going to go, just as a quick announcement, we're going to announce the company name, and it's up to you if you would like to have one person or if you would like to have your entire team to come up on the stage. It's your call, but we're going to call the company by names. So if I can ask His Excellency Marwan, Mr. Mohammed bin Hamad, and Mr. Ahmed Al-Hamdani to come up on the stage, and Mr. Paul Shala, Murad Farid, John Finton, and Renato Termali. Yes.
Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University. Dubai Police. Emirates Real Estate Solutions, Aris. Museum of the Future. Expo City, Dubai.
ماجد الفتين. Eldar Properties. Eldar Properties.
ICD Brookfield, Dubai. Al Futtaim Group. HSBC. Mohammed bin Rashid University. Nakhil Community Management. إعمار Community Management. إعمار Community Management. Kaizen Community Management. Saga International. Honeywell. Tranquil. Higher Colleges of Technology. Jumeirah Business Center. Al-Ma'arif Private School. Symbiosis. ALEC. Alec. Stantec. Little Explorer Retail Store. MISC Foundation, MISC City Schools. Kingfield Owner Association Management Services. Yeah, I have it. High Rise Owners Association Management. MISC Foundation. Merrick's Investment. Harriet Watt University. I can see that. Strata Global. Meydan Hotel. Nomura. The Healthy Home. Leams Education. Ittihad Community Management. Yeah, last one. Last one. Yeah. Al-Mudir. They're here. It's right. DLD team. The organizers. Yes. مين كلهم؟ الأورجنايزرز؟ هو أصلا مفيش غيرنا إحنا. It's only us. It's only us. Okay. No, wait. محمد بن
Mansions. It's okay. We'll call mansions.
Mansions?
Good catch. Can I have one of them?
مختار. Aris team. عشان يشتغلوا على الرانكينج.
Mukhtar? And Mastan? Thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you on 12/12/23. Thank you so much.
ماجد الفتيم.
How was everything?